Good morning, friends, and a very good evening to all our friends who are watching from the US, and greetings to all of you from India. My name is Brahmachari Aditya, and this morning to start the spiritual book fair with me is my fellow brother monk, Brahmachari Gaurav, who is coming in from Delhi. I'm speaking from the city of Pune in Maharashtra state. And we will very soon, in the next few minutes, take you through some details of the flow of this occasion. But I thought to take a step back and perhaps ask the question, why are we doing this spiritual fair this morning, spiritual book fair? You see, we both represent, as I said, Ananda Sangha. He's in Delhi. We have centers across India, worldwide. And the founder of Ananda Sangha, Swami Kriyananda ji, in 1948 met Paramhans Yogananda ji. Paramhans Yogananda ji accepted him that very day as a disciple. And not too long after, he said to him, he said, Walter, that's how Paramhans Yogananda ji used to call Swami Kriyananda. His birth name was James Donald Walters, and Yogananda ji used to call him Walter. And he said, Walter, you have a great work to do. And he repeated that a few times to him. Another time, not too long after that, he said to him, you will have a life of lecturing, writing, and editing. And when Yogananda ji mentioned that, you see, Swami Kriyananda ji had come after reading Yogananda's autobiography of a yogi, his own autobiography. And Swami and some other books were available too. And Kriyananda ji marveled. He said, Sir, haven't you already written everything that needs to be written? And he would then later relate the story. He said, Yogananda ji was quite surprised. He had a surprised look on his face. And he says, don't say that. Much more needs to be written. And then he would say, you will have to lecture, write, and edit. And Swami Kriyananda ji, taking the teachings of his guru, the teachings of Kriya Yoga, meditation, the application, you might say, of spirituality in a universal way, he then started writing books on different subjects and ways in which we could apply these high teachings in our lives. Let's say leadership, in business, in money magnetism. That's one of his books. In relationships, education, and the list goes on and on till he wrote 150 books in this lifetime. And he would then tell us, my books are seminal. He said, I've taken an idea, I've put it the way I understood it from Paramahansa Yogananda ji, with attunement to him, I have put the essence of that subject into my book. And he said, in time, it is my hope. And he said, I do believe that many more books will come from each of them. Now, some books he did write in the 1960s and 70s, and we have seen many other books on themes from that book come. The point I'm trying to make is, the book fair we are celebrating today is a celebration of that direction given by the great guru to his disciple. Much more is needed. And the disciple then taking that command and dedicating his life very conscientiously to follow that advice. And we are celebrating the fruit of that wonderful labor of discipleship. And I will now hand it over to my fellow brother Gaurav to share some details of the program. And we invite you, friends, to write your thoughts, comments in the chat section. This program is both on Zoom and YouTube, and Gaurav will fill you in those details. Welcome once again.
Thank you, Aditya, and a very, very warm welcome also from my side. My name is Brahmachari Gaurav, and I am also part of this great family of Ananda, that we share the teachings, the vibrations of Paramhansa Yogananda. So I wanted to just briefly, we have a very, very fun day planned for today for all of you, a lot of fun offerings. And I thought we would just start by going through the brief flow. And so if we can just, I request, have the flow put up on the screen, then I just want to, just for a few minutes, take you all through that flow and just share what all is happening throughout the day today. Thank you. So if you see on your screen, friends, this is the web page for the event. And if we scroll down, we will start seeing that we have a number of keynote talks right after this introduction. In fact, we will have the worldwide speakers and the dharmacharyas, the spiritual directors of Ananda Sangha, who will be delivering a keynote talk. And so we will have that. And then really throughout the day, you can see there is music. We have one of our excellent worldwide teachers, Nayaswami Asha, who will be speaking later today. And we have chanting, we have affirmations, we have a great lineup of speakers coming from India, coming from abroad, who will be sharing on diverse themes, and how we can make all these teachings, spirituality, practical, but also applicable to whatever aspect of our life we choose to, whatever aspect of our life that we want to improve, that we want to uplift. So we will have a lot of these sessions today. And of course, you can find more details if you visit the page. And again, later during the day, we will also have some interactive breakout sessions. And here, a number of us will be there, 20, 30 of us will be there in different rooms. And you will see, there will be themes, parenting and education and music, Kriya Yoga, Ananda Yoga, health and healing, all the things that Yoganandaji addressed, spoke about, wrote about, and also Swami Kriyananda. And you will have an opportunity to just discuss that with us, to explore more about that. So that is just a very brief flow for this day today. And before we move ahead, I also thought I'd mention that for our session today, for the event today, we are offering a 10% discount on all of our books. Aditya mentioned Swami Kriyananda wrote 150 books. So we have a number of books that you can browse through. And you can, do it by visiting the webpage anandapublications.com. Or, you will also see right inside Zoom, there is a book lounge. And you can access it as a breakout room. So if you're on the laptop, you will see just down at the bottom on the right, you will see 4 squares. And if you click on those, you will see the option to join the book lounge as a breakout room. And again, on your phone, if you're joining from your phone, if you tap on the screen, you should see those 4 squares. And then again, you can join the book lounge. And there will be people today throughout the day who will be there to guide you, to assist you, to tell you more about any of the books that interest you, and to help you with purchases. So that is the other thing I wanted to share. And finally, if you have any questions, because we have a beautiful packed day, there might be many, many things you hear for the first time, many things you discover, secrets, inspiration. So feel free to share, and the chat rooms, the chat option will especially be open during the breakout sessions. And so feel free to share your thoughts, your comments at that time in the chat box. And finally, if you have any questions, if you get stuck either on Zoom or maybe on YouTube, if you're coming in from YouTube and you need any assistance, then just in a moment, we're going to be posting a few numbers which you can call. And these are again for our volunteers. And so feel free to call them if you need any help, if you need any assistance whatsoever. So before handing it back to Aditya, I thought I would just share a thought for the day, a couple of things, again, from this book, the classic we are celebrating today, the autobiography of a yogi. And these are words of Yogananda's guru, Swami Sri Yukteswar. And I thought I would just share what he says here, 2 of his brief sayings, of his quotations. And both of them, give hope and they share wisdom. So the first one I find very, very hopeful, very meaningful. And Yukteswarji says, forget the past. Everything in future will improve if you are making a spiritual effort now. And this is just a remarkable saying, because very often in life, we may get discouraged if we are on the spiritual path, even otherwise, and we may feel hopeless, we may feel we are not worth it. And what the great master was saying, that forget it. Forget what happened in the past, because he said the past lives of all men are equally, they are filled with many shames, many things perhaps that we regret. But he said, just forget about them. But today, if from today we are making the right spiritual effort, then he said everything will improve. And just another brief saying of his, and this pertains more to the books, because of course, we will have books, we will have music, we have videos today. But especially when we talk about books, here is something again he wrote about books, learning from books, gaining wisdom from books. And he says, do not confuse understanding with a larger vocabulary. Sacred writings are beneficial in stimulating desire for inward realization. If one stanza at a time is slowly assimilated. So again, I wanted to just leave you with that thought for the day and handing it back to Aditya. But have fun. Please join us. There are a number of us here from the Ananda Sangha family throughout all our centers. And we invite you. We hope you have a wonderful day of joyful self-discovery.
Thank you, Gaurav. And welcome once again, friends who may have just come in these few minutes. Gaurav and I were setting the flow for the day, giving the introduction to the day. And I'll take this occasion now to welcome our worldwide leaders, Nayaswami's Jyotish and Deviji, who will be presenting the keynote talk. And I will give a very brief introduction to them. Jyotish ji is the spiritual successor to Swami Kriyananda ji. He met Swami Kriyananda ji in 1967 before Swamiji started Ananda and was very instrumental in the beginning of Ananda. From there on, Jyotish and Deviji led the work not only in the United States, but helped as founding members of the work in Europe and also in India. Jyotish and Deviji are wonderful authors in their own right. They have authored many books. All of those books are available through our sales counter today on anandapublications.com. And on this occasion of celebrating the 75th anniversary of the book Autobiography of a Yogi, formally it was launched on December 1, 1946. On this occasion, I would like to welcome, on behalf of Ananda Sangha Publications, Ananda Sangha India, Nayaswami's Jyotish and Deviji. Good evening to you, sir, and Deviji. And I hand it over to you to give us all a discourse on the subject of spreading the light through Autobiography of a Yogi, 75 years of this great scripture.
Thank you. This scripture is one of the world-changing events, really. When it came out in 1946, the world at that time had just been coming out of World War II. We look back now and we look through the lens of a knowledge of history, but at the time, there were a lot of unknowns. The first atomic bombs had just been used. There was tremendous tension, even though there was, of course, a celebration of finally the ending of many years of just among the most vicious kinds of war. But times were very uncertain at the time. And many of the people who were alive at that time had not very much knowledge of the direction the world was going to go. And that book, Autobiography of a Yogi, came out, and it was a great resource of hope for many people who were at that time looking for a direction in life. I'll give you a little brief history, but I think that we'll move the camera a little bit to focus just on me at first, and then Davy will speak a little bit later. So Yogananda, of course, was born toward the end of the 19th century, and he came to America in 1920. Now, the autobiography of a yogi primarily covers the years of his growing up in India, going to many saints, going to having an intense search. There are hundreds of miracles described in the book, but unlike, for me, that book was absolutely life-changing. And one reason that it was because of the authenticity of it. It was unique in the sense that it was, as an autobiography, it was not about a saint. It was not telling stories of a master and what happened to him and what he did and how he acted and so on. There are a number of books, many books of that nature, and some of them are highly inspiring. But autobiography of a yogi was different. It was not about a saint as much as it was seeing the world through the eyes and the consciousness of a saint. And so that fact that it had that authenticity of Yogananda having experienced these things and then also describing them, and he did so with humor, with great energy, he was a master. That book is a masterful telling of stories, and it's just a very great book on a level of literature alone, but you add to that the great depth of consciousness in it. I know for myself, I was seeking to know what mankind's purpose was. I knew there must be something more to life. I knew that consciousness must extend beyond the little realm that I was aware of. And I studied psychology in college, hoping to find the answers, but psychology didn't give it to me. Science didn't give it to me. Nothing gave it to me. For me, religion didn't give it to me. I kind of, as so many do these days, saw the religion of my parents as not very appropriate for me. So I was searching for meaning, but I wasn't searching for religion. And that book came along and answered the scope of the possibility of consciousness. But as I was saying, the reason that it is so powerful is because you aren't getting the story secondhand. You're getting a person who actually lived these experiences and participated in it. And he's describing what it is through his eyes so that you can get a real glimpse of what the world is when seen from higher consciousness. Another aspect of that book is that it's extremely practical. There are so many things that are answered in it. And Yogananda Ji talks about so many aspects of life. He talks about science. He talks obviously about spirituality, not so much religion as religion, but rather the experiences of high states of consciousness by those who have actually undergone those states. And he also talks about how they prepare for that, how he prepared for it. In one of the most thrilling chapters in that book, it's a chapter called An Experience in Cosmic Consciousness. And he describes, he was about 18 years old or so at the time. He had graduated from high school. He had gone off to an ashram, but it didn't work out for him. Then he met his guru, Sri Yukteswar, and came back basically to where he had grown up, Dakshineshwar, which is right on the outskirts of Calcutta, and was living at home for a while, which he did not no longer wanted to do, but did so at the behest of his guru. But this drive in him to find the experience of actually the union with God, or self-realization, as Yoganandaji termed it, that was a very strong drive. And so for a small period of time, against his guru's wishes, he ran off to the Himalayas, hoping to find it among saints that from a boyhood, he had the impression that if he could go and be in the Himalayas among the yogis, came from a great vision that he had when he was young, that there he would find God. But he came back without having succeeded, and rather shamefacedly arrived at the doorstep of his guru's ashram. And as he arrived there, he expected that his guru, who was quite a disciplinarian, would be quite harsh in his attitudes and reception of him. And he was preparing himself for that. In fact, what he found was absolute acceptance and unconditional love from his guru. His guru said, I don't ask anything of you. Everything that I ask of you is for your own good. It's not for my good. And that unconditional love opened something, fulfilled something in Yoganandaji's heart, and opened him so that a few days later, he had this great experience of cosmic consciousness where his vision expanded so that he saw all around him in all directions, but he could see through walls. He could see a cow moving as it passed an open gate. He saw it as it went behind a wall. He continued to see it. But more than see it, he became those things. He experienced his own self expanding into that vast realm of infinity. And that chapter, written by, written by someone who actually went through that experience, comes with a confidence, a veracity that absolutely convinced me, absolutely fulfilled the hunger that I had to at least know what the scope of mankind's vision might be, and really, really changed my life, molded my life from that time on. We have talked with hundreds, probably more than 1,000 people who have told us that that book changed their life. Now, a book with that power is unusual. It's unusual in any sense, but it's especially unusual written as an autobiography, and at the time that it was written in 1946. Then Yogananda, as I say, most of the book takes place in his years of growing into maturity. And then in 1920, so he was about 26 at the time, he came to America and he began a great mission in America. The autobiography of a yogi had not yet been published. That was still 26 years in the future. But Yogananda came bringing the teachings of India, bringing the techniques of yoga. And he came and he lectured to audience in the West. At the time, in the 1920s and 1930s, he was the most popular speaker in the entire country of the United States. Crowds of 5,000 filled the largest possible halls, and there could be people wanting to get in that stretched for blocks around the arena where he was speaking. And so he was very popular, very well accepted, but he really, at that time, he started a spiritual revolution. From that, then after the autobiography of a yogi was published, virtually every spiritual teacher who is of kind of what we might call the New Age thought, every one of them points to that book as one of the important sources, one of the catalysts that changed them and that really deepened them. It's a book treasured, not just by a lot of people who may not be very dedicated, but it's treasured by some of the most high-thinking and most energetic people in the world. Steve Jobs, the founder of Apple, many people know of him, and many more people know of the autobiography of a yogi. The autobiography of a yogi was the only book that he kept on his electronic device, his iPad. And he read it every year. After he first read it, it became just basically a manual for him. And at his funeral, he directed that every person who come to his funeral receive as a gift box. And when they opened it up, inside the gift box was the treasure of his life, the autobiography of a yogi. And so you have these great thinkers, these great minds, members of the Beatles, members of wide variety, presidents, inventors, great scientists. They all treasured their contact and their experience with Yogananda. And so that book, the autobiography, really started a spiritual revolution. Now, another thing that makes that book rather unique is that it was one of the first books written by what I might call a modern saint. That is, one who, even though in his youth he had the idea that he would go off into the Himalayas and remove himself from society in order to find God. Once he had the experience of cosmic consciousness, he realized, and in fact, more than realized, after this great experience, then guess what his guru did? So Yogananda described when the experience left him, that first the breath went out of his body, then his body became immobile. Then the breath came back in his body, and he felt this great sense of shrinking and great sense of disappointment. And you know what his guru said? He said, "You must not get overdrunk with ecstasy. You have much work yet to do in this world." And he handed him a broom and he said, "Let us sweep the porch." Now, isn't that a wonderful balance between a cosmic vision and practical living in this world? And so Yogananda, and that autobiography reflects this, was a modern saint in the sense that his counsel to people was to lead a balanced life, not to just leave the world and go off, but to find higher consciousness. And in that expression of higher consciousness, then to live in the world. He was following the advice that Krishna gives in the Bhagavad Gita. He tells Arjuna, being established in yogic union, then go forth and do your duty. And so what Yogananda was doing, especially in that book, was showing what it's like to be established in cosmic consciousness, in union with God. But then the book shows a very, very practical, nature. He goes and he visits scientists. He dedicates the book to a scientist, Luther Burbank, who was a great naturalist and did a lot of introduction of plants, new plants to the world. And so that Yogananda dedicated the book to him. But he visits scientists, he visits lots of people from different walks of life, poets and artists, and as I say, scientists, and of course, spiritual people. But what he is showing, and one of the things that makes that book so relevant to the world today, is that if you raise your consciousness, then you can act in this world. It doesn't make you unable to act well. It enhances your ability to be able to function powerfully in this world. As one teacher kind of wittingly said, just because you're expanding your consciousness doesn't mean that you're going to forget your zip code. And meaning that just because you're trying to achieve a higher state of consciousness doesn't mean that you can't function practically in whatever your life's duties are. And so Yogananda, throughout that book, purposely visits people who are achieving high levels of success in the world. Rabindranath Tagore, Ghosh, Bose, who was instrumental in showing how plants and metals have a kind of a consciousness. Various people like that. So many people, but Yogananda then, when he came to the West, now he was, as I said, in the West, in America, for 26 years before the publishing of that book. And during that time, he not only lectured to thousands, but think of the organization that doing that, going day after day, week after week to new groups and to accepting all those invitations and making the appointments and the arrangements, all of that, that isn't some woolly-headed mystic who doesn't know how to function in this world. He was very, very dynamic. As he said, he was churning the ether with this consciousness and really magnetizing the whole of America, and then by extension, the whole of the Western world. He also made a relatively brief visit to Europe and made a big impact there also. But his major work was in America. Now, one of the reasons that that's important is that America, at the time that he came, and still to a large extent in the world, America represented the practical capital of the world. As he said often, India represents this heightened spiritual consciousness. America represents the practical efficiency, and the marrying together of those two aspects is very important for this stage of the world. And so if we think, doesn't take much of a, I don't know, we don't have to think very long or deep to see that this world on many levels is a mess. And how are we going to get out of that mess? You've got politicians fighting with each other, so much so that it creates a kind of an impasse so that nothing can get done. No real resolution, no compromises can be made because the world is so polarized at this time. We find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic, and around that pandemic come many tensions, including great economic pressures that are on the world, individuals, and the governments of the world. How are we going to get out of this mess? We can't leave it just to the politicians. We can't leave it just to the businessmen who have only self-interest in mind. We can't leave it to dreamers who kind of wish there were a better world. We have to take action, but that action has to come from our own higher consciousness, our own attempts at raising and expanding our consciousness so that rather than conflict, we want to create unity. The techniques that Yogananda brought to the West and that are talked about throughout the autobiography of a yogi, especially the techniques of meditation, are meant in order to expand our consciousness. And in that lie the solutions to the problems of the world. And if we do not raise our consciousness, if we keep self-centered, the focus on ourselves, on our own narrow little group, maybe just the family that Yogananda called us four and no more, that kind of consciousness, we will be a factor that does not provide solutions to the world. But if we follow the teachings, or even to read the autobiography of a yogi, will uplift our consciousness. I really, in a certain sense, I know that many of you probably have not read the autobiography. In a certain sense, I'm jealous, because that first reading of the autobiography of a yogi is one of the magical events in the lives of, as I said, we've personally talked with over 1,000 people who said that that first reading of that book really changed their lives. So if you have that still in front of you, you have the possibility of launching on a great, great adventure. But as I said, the teachings in that are very practical. And as you will see and hear later with other speakers, that they're going to cover many aspects of things that are touched on in that book. But as Dr. Dicha said at the beginning, this is the 75th anniversary of the publishing of the autobiography of a yogi, and we celebrate that. And now David G will share some.
Thank you, Jyotish. That was very inspiring. First of all, I want to thank Brahmacharya Aditya and all of the staff for our publishing house, Ananda Publications, for inviting Jyotish and me to be part of this event, this book fair. And it's so important to have gatherings like this when people come together, pulling away from their daily lives and preoccupations and focus on higher principles, higher teachings. And secondly, we probably have viewers from all over India, perhaps beyond. And so I want to welcome you to our home here at Ananda Spiritual Community in Northern California. It's Ananda Village is the founding place, founded by Swami Kriyananda, of Ananda Sangha worldwide. And Jyotish and I, for those of you who don't know us, we've been here since the beginning. So we're founding members, and we have had the wonderful experience of being led by Yogananda's direct disciple. We didn't meet Yogananda. He left the body before we were born, but we were trained for more than 50 years by his direct disciple, Swami Kriyananda. And throughout this book fair, throughout the day, there'll be discussions of many of Swamiji's books and other authors and so forth. And I hope you find, I give you this challenge, as you listen, as you participate throughout the day, pick 2 or 3 things that you're going to follow up on, a book you're going to read, a class you're going to take. Because if we just leave it as, oh, that was a very nice talk, but we don't do anything about it in our own life, it has a very shallow impact. But if we say, no, I will act, I will do something about this, then our life begins to change. Now I'd like to share a little bit about why we're talking about autobiography of a yogi. According to the teachings of India, all of creation, all of manifestation began in a thought of the mind of God, just simply as pure, undifferentiated consciousness. And then God focused his consciousness and it became a thought form. And this is what we call the astral world, or the causal world, the causal world. And then God focused that thought and it became an energy field. And that's the astral world. And then he focused that energy field even more, and it became all of the great diversity of creation, plants and animals and gems and mountains and oceans and human beings, everything. It began as a thought in the consciousness of God. And that's why our souls yearn to return to that oneness, no matter how ardently we pursue activities in the world. There's some part of us that wants to go home, a home from which we came, and that's the consciousness of God. And that's the whole purpose of yoga, to give us the tools, practical tools, techniques, attitudes to return to our home in God. But when we think about books, because after all, we're part of a book fair, Jyotish and I do a fair amount of writing ourselves. We write a weekly blog, which reaches many people. And that blog has been published, and we've been doing this for almost 8 years weekly. And this has been published into books, and we've written several other books. But in the process of writing, it's a very similar process to what I've just described. When you're going to write a book or a blog or an article, you start off with a thought. A thought comes. And then you have to focus that thought with energy. And then you start saying, oh, here, this is how it could flow. This is how it would reach people. And then you focus that energy and you put it into words and sentences and paragraphs. And that's the same process that God goes through in a cosmic scale of creating the world. And so we have books. I know there's a beautiful picture behind Aditya, but I just want to hold up my copy, one of our copies of Autobiography of a Yogi. This book, it was created from the consciousness of a God-realized master, Yoganandaji. He energized it and he thought, what stories can I tell? How can I share my experience of yoga union with people that are not at all familiar with this, who are living lives with practical responsibilities, with daily demands? And then he put it into words, and sentences and paragraphs and chapters, and they came out as this book 75 years ago this month of December. But words and all words don't have the same power, is what I'm trying to say. You know, you can, someone can say to someone close in their life, I love you. But it can be said listlessly or abstractly with their mind focused on something else, or it could be said with power and conviction and ardency. So it can be, I love you, or it can be, I love you. And so words, again, retracing our steps, words are enlivened by energy, and that energy is enlivened by thought. And so when we have the words of a God-realized master, those are enlivened, magnetized by a consciousness that was united with God, Yogananda's consciousness. And when our teacher, who we referred to as Swami Kriyananda, he was a young man. He was, I believe, 22 years old. He was living in New York. This was 1948. And he had been desperately searching all his life for meaning, for purpose, for none of it made any sense. None of the goals that other people had at all attracted him. But he couldn't find what was meaningful in life. And then he has a wonderful autobiography of his own called The New Path, which is something also we recommend. And in that book, he said he decided he was going to go to get a job as a merchant marine on a steamship going to South America and just live as a hermit. But he was in New York waiting to get called on a ship, and he went into a bookstore. And then in the bookstore in New York City, he saw this book on the shelf, and it just drew him. And then he looked at it, and then he said, "Oh no, I've read too many books. I'm not going to buy one book. I need to just go on. I'm getting rid of my belongings." And he started to walk away, walk down the street, and his feet would not move. He tried to walk away from the bookstore. He couldn't. When he started walking toward the bookstore, he felt this wind of power behind him. And he went into that bookstore and he bought the book. And then he said for the next 3 days and nights, he read it nonstop. And as he described, alternating between tears and laughter, tears of joy and laughter of the fulfillment of finding what he was looking for. He took the next Greyhound bus, from New York City to Los Angeles, all the way across America, and he was able to meet Yogananda September 12th, 1948. Very important day in our lives, because if that meeting hadn't happened, we would not have probably been able to focus our whole lives on Yogananda and serving him. And when he met Yogananda, he fell at his feet. And the first words he said were, "I want to be your disciple." And then they talked a bit. And then, so the autobiography had been out about nearly 2 years, a little less than 2 years. And Yogananda asked him, "How did you like my book?" And Swamiji said, "Oh, I loved it, sir. I loved it." And then Yoganandaji, we call him Master. Master said, "That's because it has my vibrations in it." And Swami was totally new to this. Vibrations? How could a book have vibrations? It seemed pretty static to me, but what Master was saying, just what we've been talking about, his vibrations, the power of his thought, his energy, manifested into words. And that's why this book can change lives, because it has that power, that vibration in it, that can enhance every aspect of our life. Excuse me. Recently, a friend of mine from India, from Pune actually, and she knows who I'm talking about, wrote me a beautiful letter about autobiography of a yogi, about the first time she's read it. She's been his disciple for quite a long time. And what she said, I asked her, "How did your first reading affect you?" And she wrote a beautiful letter. She said, "I was at a point in my life where nothing was working. I felt a complete failure. Everything I tried didn't work out. I didn't know what my future direction was. And then I read Autobiography of a Yogi. And I believed after reading that book that I could make a success of my life. And by following his example, I was able, and she did, make a very fine success of her life on all levels, practical, family, spiritual, everything. But she said that book gave me the confidence that I could succeed. Now, you may ask the question, why? How could a book about yoga make you believe you could succeed? Or a book about the life of a yogi? Well, there are underlying themes throughout the book. One, of course, and this was a hallmark of all of Yogananda's teachings, putting out energy. If you want to succeed, you cannot be passive. God gave us willpower to use to achieve our goals. And here's this man, this great enlightened being, talking about using energy. And he, in many, many stories in the book, you will see that energy, but also dedication. You know, you can put out a lot of energy, but then when things don't go well, you think, well, okay, dedication to what you're trying to accomplish. And you felt in Yoganandaji throughout his life from early childhood that this tremendous willpower, this tremendous energy and dedication towards finding what in life he was looking for. And we can apply that in our practical lives. If you want to succeed in anything, energy, dedication, follow through. But then another important underlying theme is deep, abiding faith in God. Throughout the autobiography, there are stories. I would say, I should have counted, but I didn't. I would say from a third to a half of the chapters are about a story in Yogananda's life or another person's life where they want to do something spiritual, but their faith is challenged by a family member, by the police officer, by whoever. There's a wonderful chapter, Two Penniless Boys in Vrindavan, where his older brother, Ananta, challenges Yogananda to go to Vrindavan and to spend a whole day there, but not to take a penny, a rupee, and to come to see all the sights of the city, to have 3 good meals, and then to get the train home. And he said, let's see if your God will provide that. And Yogananda said, I will take up your challenge. I have absolute faith in that God will protect us. And it's a beautiful chapter how that story unfolds. So there's episode after episode where the worldly, cynical consciousness challenges the man or the woman of faith, and how the person of faith always triumphs in the end. Swami Kriyananda has said that belief in God is the most practical thing we can do in life. And that's it. The world doesn't want us to believe that. We have to think of ourselves. We have to compromise. We have to go after what we want. But just from our own life, for Jyotish and for me, we've given our life 50 years in dedication to God, never really knowing, never counting on material security. We've never done without. There's always been ample supply of everything we needed. And so faith in God, willpower and determination. And then finally, how do we apply it practically in our lives? To know that there's a duty, an integrity that each of us must follow in our life. Echoes of the Bhagavad Gita, Dharma, where if we are doing what is the Dharma in our life, then everything will come around all right. In the Bible, Jesus Christ says, seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things will be added unto you. So in this world in which we're living right now, as Jyotish was saying earlier, we're going through a time of transition. Values are being challenged. Truth is being challenged. Faith is being challenged. everything. And yet the autobiography can be both our manual and our guiding light to find our way through the fog of unclarity that exists in people's minds today. People want to ignore religion. They want to ignore integrity, moral values, all of these things. We can never succeed that way. But if we stand by our ideals, there's a beautiful chapter in autobiography where Yoganandaji goes to visit Mahatma Gandhi in Wardha in his ashram. Beautiful chapter. And Gandhi is a wonderful example of living his ideals and the power that generates. And so if we can link our goals in life, our aspirations in life, our responsibilities, link them to a higher consciousness, everything is enhanced. Everything works out in the most wonderful way. I know from my own experience that this is true. And so we invite you to read autobiography. And I've read it many times since I first read it in 1969. And the amazing thing is, every time I read it, I find something that I never saw before. I thought, wait a minute, this must be a different edition. That part of the chapter wasn't in there before, but it's as though this book is a living carrier wave for Yogananda's consciousness. And he can teach you through it what you need to learn. I used to also use it as kind of a practical guide. If I had a question, how to work with someone else, how to work with my own son, a decision about work, I would open the autobiography randomly 3 times. And it was seemingly, at first I didn't believe it, but then after a while I said, it happens every time. I would always get the answer to what my question was. And so this book, as Yoganandaji himself said, it has his vibrations in it. And those vibrations hold the key to open the door that has closed in so many people's minds now about, does life have meaning? Does it have purpose? Is there any hope? Autobiography is a message of hope, above all, of hope for a better world. And this isn't just idle fancy, but it shows us through dedication, willpower, energy, faith in God, that there is hope for humanity. And we are so grateful to be able to talk about this book and share it with all of you. And we hope that through this book fair, you will find something that is your next step to bring you closer to the happiness, the fulfillment, and the success that you are seeking in life. So I'm going to ask Jyotish, Nayaswami Jyotish, to come on. We'll both join you at the very end. And just to thank you for inviting us. Thank you for coming into our home. And we hope that the rest of the book fair will be one of deep inspiration, joy, and unity. God bless you all.
Thank you, Devi ji. Thank you, Jyotish ji, for sharing how you enjoyed the book the first time you read it. I know, and it is very clear how you lived it for 5 decades now. And thank you for sharing those experiences. Also mentioning that it is an autobiography. At the same time, it is like a spiritual manual, a guide, a friend. Yogananda ji called it his messenger of God for each of us. So thank you very much for enlightening us on the theme of this marvelous scripture. Friends, I'd like to make a little announcement that the book is available in the Kindle as well as print copy on our publications, anandasanghapublications.com, and also in the links provided below. And I would like to now move into our next theme for today, and would like to invite Barakiel and Shamini and Shurjo and Narayani, who are coming from Ananda Sangha, Mumbai. Shurjo and Narayani lead the center over there, and Barakiel and Shamini lead the Ananda India online community, which serves many people across India and neighboring countries. And our wonderful friends are beautiful singers. They have specialized for years in Swami Kiranandaji's music. And I will now invite them to share that inspiration which Swami used to call philosophy through music, philosophy through song. So I invite all of you to enjoy this, and I invite our wonderful singers now.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you, Jyotishji, Deviji, for that wonderful opening and beginning to our day, to this book fair. We're just going to give you a little bit of kind of an interlude between all these talks and offer to you two songs that Swami Kriyananda composed. And as Aditya was mentioning, Swamiji called it philosophy in song. And he realized that there are two ways we can kind of receive both information and, more importantly, inspiration. And one is through the intellect. And that's a lot of how we kind of connect with books. You know, it's words. We want more words. I want to understand these concepts. But the other way we really receive wisdom is through vibration. And Swamiji thought he needs to have both. He needs to have a balance. And so he wrote 150 books. But then he also went and composed 400 pieces of music so that he could give us both. The intellect can also be satisfied, but then vibrationally, we take this wisdom and allow it to kind of seep into ourselves. So that's what we would like to share with you now through his music, the vibration behind these amazing philosophies. The first song we are going to share is called If You Are Seeking Freedom. Somebody will share the words in the chat as well. So if you'd like to at least follow along, or even if you'd like to sing along, please feel free to do so.
If you're seeking freedom in a revolution, oh, if you're seeking freedom, you won't find it there. For once the guns stop blazing, you'll find it amazing how the world can drag on just as before.
If you're seeking freedom in a marble mansion,
Oh, if you're seeking freedom, you won't find it there. For even when it's sunny, you'll be counting money, keeping up that showcase your face lined with care.
and if you're seeking freedom on a throne of power,
Oh, if you're seeking freedom, you won't find it there. For though men all obey you, what if they betray you? Tense you'll be and waiting for foes everywhere.
but if you're seeking freedom, cast away desires.
Why barter like a beggar? You've wealth everywhere. For never can you buy it, grasp and you'll deny it. Freedom can't be hoarded, it's free as the air. And if you're seeking freedom, seek it on the mountains. Got sunlight on your shoulder, the wind in your hair. For there's no one can hold you, boss about or mold you. Once your heart is free, you'll be king everywhere. For there's no one can hold you, boss about or mold you. Once your heart is free, you'll be king everywhere.
This next song is called There's Joy in the Heavens. I don't know if you realized or were able to pick up that each of us is singing a very different and unique melody. But when all of us come together, you can hear this beautiful harmony that each person's individual melody is supporting the others. And Swamiji really wanted to use his music not just to share that philosophy, but to give those who sing it an experience as well, that while each of us have our own God-given divine expression, but when we come together in a community of truth seekers, that expression becomes even more beautiful and even more powerful. So if you ever feel inspired to want to learn this music, please do reach out to us as well. And the next song. There's joy in the heavens.
There's joy in the heavens, a smile on the mountains, and melody sings everywhere. The flowers are all laughing to welcome the morning. Your soul is as free as the air. The flowers are all laughing to welcome the morning. Your soul is as free as the air. Leave home in the sunshine, dance through a meadow, or sit by a stream and just be. The lilt of the water will gather your worries and carry them down to the sea. The lilt of the water will gather your worries and carry them down to the sea. Men hunger for freedom, but don't see the dungeon. It's only the thought that they're bound. Desires are their shackles, the hope that tomorrow the doorway to joy will be found. Desires are their shackles, the hope that tomorrow the doorway to joy will be found. There's joy all around us, why wait till tomorrow? We've only this moment to live. A heaven within us is ours for the finding, a freedom no riches can give. A heaven within us is ours for the finding, a freedom no riches can give. There's joy in the heavens, a smile on the mountains, and melody sings everywhere. The flowers are all laughing to welcome the morning. Your soul is as free as the air. The flowers are all laughing to welcome the morning. Your soul is as free as the air. The flowers are all laughing to welcome the morning. Your soul is as free as the air.
Thank you, everyone, for giving us this little moment to share with you this beautiful music, this beautiful vibration. And again, as I said, if you are interested to go a little deeper into this, there are a few books about Swamiji writing how he received this music. There's this book called A Tale of Songs. There is an Ananda Son book. If you know music and can read along with it, you can learn all the lyrics and you can learn all the melodies. But more importantly, just find ways to have music that is inspiring and uplifting just in your life all the time, playing at office, at home, wherever, for your children, anybody you know who's going through a hardship, even for healing. Music has so much power. And I hope during this fair especially, you get to at least taste a little bit of that power. Over to you.
Workshop on, a talk on music by Keshav, I think, no?
There is a talk on music by Keshava. Do you know the topic of the talk? Music to awaken super consciousness, which is perfect and ideal. So do check that out as well. Thank you, everyone. Back to you, Aditya. Thank you for having us.
Yeah. Thank you, Shurjo, Narayani, Shamini, and Barakiel. It was wonderful. And as they mentioned, friends, the books and music are available on the landing page on anandapublications.com. And you can go into a breakout room and make the purchase while you are also, while we are moving into the next program now. And I would like to now invite, we are just a few minutes, maybe we'll take a break for 3 to 4 minutes before we start our next program with Nayaswami Asha. And I'll ask our staff to play some music in the background just for a couple minutes, and maybe people can spend time in the breakout room purchasing a few books. Hello, everybody. So I'll take a minute or two till Asha Nayaswami comes and share from one of her beautiful books. She has written 4 marvelous books. This is Swami Kriyananda as we have known him. And these lines are very similar to what we were discussing in the beginning. This chapter is from the series In Service to His Guru. And this is Swami Kriyananda ji asking Paramahansa Yogananda, have I been a yogi in other lives? Swamiji asked his guru. Many times, Master replied, welcome Asha ji. Give me a moment to share just one more beautiful extract from this book. Where did it go? Yes. Your life is one of intense activity and meditation, Master told Swamiji. Though I tried always to make meditation my primary focus, Swamiji said years later, I couldn't help noticing that Master placed activity first in this sequence. And many, many beautiful, these were just 2 lines I read from that book. Welcome, Asha ji. Good evening to you.
Good evening to you, and it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you, Asha ji. So friends, Nayaswami Asha is coming from Ananda Palo Alto, which is our community for close to now 4 decades. It is in Palo Alto City in California. And Asha ji came to Ananda Sangha in 1969 at the very beginning of Ananda. She's a founding member there. She helped start the work, as did many founding members. As I was mentioning about Jyotish and Devi ji, the work in Europe, the work in India. She travels extensively. And she was very close to Swamiji from the time she came. She served as his personal assistant, as his secretary. Swami told her right at the beginning that she would be writing books in time about his life, about spreading the teachings of Yogananda ji across the world. And I have to say, those words have been fulfilled with such beauty. Her books, her lectures are loved all over the world. And I am right now having some of her books, all the 4 books she has written. This is Loved and Protected. Actually, let me start in the series they were written. Swami Kriyananda as we have known him. I came to know so much about Swamiji through this book. Then I remember reading Loved and Protected. She wrote again at Swamiji's advice and guidance, his request. Her book Ask Asha, and which answers wonderful questions that people have sometimes on the spiritual path. And finally, the latest and the most marvelous insight into Swami Kriyanandaji's life, his years from before and from the time he started Ananda Sangha. So Asha ji, welcome to our spiritual book fair, and we are very eager to hear from you. And friends, this will be an interview format over here, and you can also send in some questions of yours on the chat section. If we have some time at the end, we will certainly take those. Asha ji, I was thinking in the beginning that for you to have come to Swamiji from a personal, of course, quest for truth, Swamiji to see that, keep you so close, commission you to lecture, to write books in time. What is it that brought you to the path in the first place? Can you share with us a little bit of the journey as a truth seeker in your life before you came to Ananda?
Well, I was 22 years old when I met Swami Kriyananda, and I had discovered the path of self-realization about 4 years earlier when I was 18 through the writings of Vivekananda, and I became quite devoted to Sri Ramakrishna. But the difficulty that I was facing, and we can back up a little bit from that, obviously you put reincarnation into the story, and you know that I was born with this point of view. I remember being so small, very small, that my brother and I were fighting in the back seat of the car, and my mother turned around and scolded both of us, and it hurt my feelings. And I remember curling up on the floor and listening to the sound of the tires, putting my ear and then concentrating on the sound of the tires, and knowing that there was a place inside of me that I could go in which all these emotional waves and all this upset, it wouldn't exist anymore. And that was how I dealt, with the vicissitudes of this life, was to enter into a place that transcended all of them. Now, I mean, I was maybe 3 years old, so it wasn't like I had any language for that, but I knew what to do. And I was always driven from a young age that I wanted to be happy. And it's sort of odd because I was happy. I had a very nice family. I didn't, even to this day, I've never really suffered, but I had this intense desire to understand what happiness was, where it came from, what caused suffering. And I was a bright person, and I was good in school, and people would, they expected me to have a profession or become a professor or a doctor, a lawyer, all the things you're supposed to do. I could feel, and this is like from childhood, my youngest childhood, it was like I was only a child. They would present to me a life possibility, and it was like I could follow it. I could become a highly successful lawyer. I could be a politician. I could be a professor, a doctor. I knew I could do any of those things, But it's like I watched the whole path. I watched the whole incarnation end. And I knew at the end of it, I wouldn't have anything, is actually the answer. I wouldn't have anything. And I was quietly, but intensely desperate, because I just didn't know how it was going to work out. I didn't know how I was going to find meaning in this world. I could do anything. I knew I could be successful, but I didn't want to be successful. I wanted to find meaning. But God had mercy on me, because I was only 18 when someone handed me Vivekananda's book. Of course, this is the West, and this was 60 years ago, and somebody handed me Vivekananda's book. In my memory, I opened the book and there it was. It was just like, I have Indian samskars, I have yogi samskars. I just knew it. But for 4 years, I studied and I learned, and I went to the Ramakrishna Society. But I was like, now I knew what I was supposed to do, but I didn't have any idea how to do it. I looked at these Indian swamis in San Francisco and Los Angeles, and their lives were just so different from mine. I read Catholic nuns, Milarepa. I read about all these great spiritual beings in all traditions, but none of their lives were anything like mine. And then in November of 1969, I went, Swami Kriyananda was speaking at Stanford University. He was an American. He had an Indian name, but he was an American man. He walked in. He was more than 20 years older than me, but he looked like me. He was me. That's the only way I can say it. He'd come from the same reality, and he'd made the transition. He had turned his life into something that I'd never seen before. And he had a community. So there was him, and then there was a place to live. And I just never looked back. I never looked back. Once I saw it, I just held my eyes on it, and I've never looked back.
So, Asha ji, then I'd like to ask that coming to Ananda, meeting Swamiji, as you said during that conversation, that talk he was giving, recognizing him as a guide, and coming to Ananda, how did that shape or satisfy your quest for truth? What, if you can share in some tangible ways, you found answers? Because I'm sure that then led you on the journey, which perhaps then, translated in the form of these books and your lectures. So how did you first absorb what you were looking for before you began sharing it with others?
Well, Swamiji, he lived the truth, and he had changed his consciousness. This was pure intuition, but when he walked into that room, and before he spoke, he walked into that room, and my intuition said, he has what I want. And I realized that he had joy, he had wisdom, he had peace, and his life mattered. He was living in a way that he was giving to the world something that people really needed. And I knew he would teach me. It was just as simple as that. I wanted to be him, and he would teach me how. And I knew enough about self-realization and yoga by that point to know how it would work. And then he was starting this community. So I did. I lived in San Francisco. I packed up the car. I drove to the village at that point, but it wasn't even a village. I put up a tent, and I started being wherever he was. But what would you say? He taught me that every limiting condition could be overcome if I simply applied myself, if I persevered. I didn't have to be good at what I was doing. I didn't have to be perfect at what I was doing. I just had to persevere. That these masters, and Swami himself, he stood there and he showed me, if you persevere, you can become free. And they put me in the kitchen for several years. I just cooked. I gradually began to work with Swamiji because I had such a tremendous desire to do it. But every single day, I did everything I could to use my energy in ways that were uplifting, whether it was meditation, whether it was good conversation with friends, whether it was helping somebody out, whether it was cooking a wonderful meal, whatever I did, I just tried to do it as well as I could for the benefit of all those for whom it was intended. And I think, and I tried and still try to generate as much positive energy as I can possibly generate and give it to the highest cause that's in front of me to give it to, with the right consciousness. I mean, I consider a high cause to be, making breakfast for my housemate, or, giving my morning broadcasts, or working on writing if it is, but it's all the same. It's just whatever's in front of me, whatever's being asked, because that's how I saw Swami live. Swami he gave everything he had to everything he did, and he did it as well as he could, with the criteria always being, how can I serve my guru? How can I serve my guru by helping others to awaken to the joy of their own nature?
Oh, thank you. It makes me think of that quote of Mahatma Gandhi, that my life is my message. And what I'm gathering from you is you saw in Swamiji, recognize as somebody who is living the teachings. And it makes me think of Paramhansa Yogananda ji. Many people say that it is very hard, at least initially it was very hard for them to believe the truth of all the incidents and miracles and stories he has shared in the book Autobiography of a Yogi. But because it's autobiographical and they saw the sincerity in his eyes, very few people had the good fortune of meeting him in person, but they would apply some of it in their lives. They continue to do so. Same thing with Swamiji. And I like that fact you mentioned about community. It gave you an opportunity that you don't see a difference in what you're doing outside. You're trying to do it with a certain consciousness. I also feel because that's the message one needs in the world. It's not about going back to a cave or going to a desert somewhere. We need to perhaps be where we are and learn how to do it with the right consciousness.
Right.
So, Asha ji, then how did the journey of you, I'm now skipping a bit quickly, how did the journey, Swami Kirananda ji then asked you to write and share with others. How did that journey help you? What is the process that you had to go through in becoming, you might say, a spiritual author? And how does it help your audiences? And maybe you could go book by book or as you feel.
When I was there with Swamiji right at the very beginning, I had the good fortune. I just recognized him. I recognized him as soon as he walked into that room. And what I recognized was that his consciousness had no boundaries. And I always knew that about him. He didn't expose his consciousness to the world very much. He veiled his consciousness until the last years of his life. But for some reason, I always could see past that veil. So I knew from the beginning that I was witness to an extraordinary life and that I was there for a purpose. And it wasn't just to keep it for myself. And very early, in the very early year or two, I find all these notes because I kept all these notes. I was always translating Swamiji for everyone else. That was just my job. I was explaining what he was doing. I was explaining what he was saying. I was rallying people to support what he was trying to do. I was dealing with their questions and doubts. And I just was a conduit, an intermediary. And in that first year, he said to me, I want you to write a book about me. Someday you will write a book about me. It terrified me, absolutely terrified me. I knew he was telling me the truth, but I became very nervous about my capability to do it. But he said, not yet. And not yet turned out to be quite a few years, but he always wanted me to write. He knew it was important for my soul's development to write. And I was very, very nervous about it, just extremely nervous. And he tried several times to get me just to basically to become a full-time writer. It totally failed. Every effort he made absolutely failed. So he allowed me to express myself through this kind of speech because I simply was incapable of writing. And then it came a time just before the year 2000, all my efforts to write had just fizzled. There was a long training period where I would write and I would bring him things and he would throw them away. Sometimes he wouldn't even read them. I would hand it to him and he would hold it in his hand and he would say it doesn't have enough magnetism. He wouldn't even read it, but he was always right. It was, I can laugh now, but it wasn't funny. It was tough and it went on for a long time. Sometimes I would make it through. And whenever I would really make it through, I would do it perfectly well. I was good at it, but I was complicated. So I procrastinated. And at the end of 1998, 99, he said to me, why aren't you writing? He said, are you afraid? Let's see, are you afraid? Are you too busy? Are you too lazy? I said, all of the above, sir. He said, well, I think you should start. So I put aside my responsibilities and for 3 years, I tried to write. And at the end of 3 years, I had nothing. I mean, literally, I say it's 3 years. I really think it was that long. I had not one usable paragraph. And I was trying to write this book, which is the one I published recently, which is a real biography of Swami. I just couldn't do it. So Swami asked Davy to write it. And Davy wrote the beautiful book, Faith is My Armor. And so once Davy wrote a biography, and people had been saying to me, why don't you just write stories of Swami? So once Davy wrote the biography, I sort of was off the hook. So then I wrote Swami Kriyananda as we've known him, which is just stories, vignettes. I wrote, and in 2006, finally, I finished this book. But what this book also did, it was very interesting. Swami was living in India. I wrote this in California. I was almost finished with it, and he invited me to come and stay with him in Gurgaon, where he was living then. Gurgaon, or was it? Yeah, he was in
Yes, he was
Gurgaon.
in Gurgaon.
And I stayed in his house, and I brought the manuscript, and we sat side by side. I mean, my experience has been he would hold my paper and throw it away. But I had crossed some line, and I sat next to him, and he read it page by page, turned every page like this. And one of the things that happened during that was I took a lot of intuitive leaps in this book. I gathered together information about Swami, things that had happened, people telling me stories, and I intuitively wove it and drew conclusions and described his intentions and just did a lot of that. Swami read every page and he corrected two things. One, he thought I'd made an error, which in fact I had. And the second was I wrote that he used his physical body to work out karma that wasn't his. And he said, you can't say that. And I suddenly, after being this acquiescent, rejected writer all this time, I became quite adamant. I said, but you said so, sir, and the whole point of the story is what you said. And he said, you can't write it. I said, well, the story doesn't work if I don't write it. I mean, it was quite interesting. And I was staying in his house, and the next morning I woke up at 4 a.m., which was not an uncommon waking time. And as soon as I woke up, I knew exactly how to rewrite it. At 5, I was at my computer. Swami walks into the room. He's in his pajamas. And so am I. He walks into the room and he says, you can't say that. And I said, I'm rewriting it. Even as we speak, I'm rewriting the story, sir. And he said, it's not that it's not true. He said, but it's not for me to say. I said, I understand that. And I found a way to do it. And the other thing he corrected was, I had written that he said that he was too youthful looking and he had prayed for his hair to turn white. And he said, I did not. Swami Kriyananda said, I did not. I said, sir, I remember we were standing in the kitchen. I mean, I have a very visual memory. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. And then we just left it as an impasse. And again, in the middle of the night, I woke up and I thought, of course he didn't pray for his hair to turn white, because this was a principle. And I think that's why I made the mistake, because I really needed to get the principle. Swami would never tell God how to solve a problem. He would never tell Master how to solve it. He would present the need, but he would leave it in the Guru's hands to solve it. So he prayed that he would not look so youthful. And then his hair turned white. But that nuance, and it was an odd mistake because there's so many words in here. It was the only mistake I made in the whole book. But what it did was it made me realize that when you're writing, you know, it's a big responsibility to write about someone like Swamiji. That's why I was so afraid of it. And you have to make sure, you have to make sure of every little nuance. And I knew Swamiji would never have told Master what to do, but I let that thing slip through and I didn't get the words exactly right. So
that
I
particular,
did this one.
yeah.
And then
If I may just add, I'm so glad you mentioned that story about the white hair, because that's a very fine line. People do want to go to a master, a saint, a teacher, a guide for solving particular problems. Swami used to listen people out. I was myself in a meeting where Swami very sweetly asked, some students that were there, and he asked a student, he said, "Is there anything I can do for you?" And the student says, "Yes, I'd like to grow taller by 2 inches. Can you please pray?" and and Swami very sweetly said, he said, "I will pray for you." And the person said, "Thank you, so that I grow taller?" He said, "No, I will pray for you. It's against my principles to pray for specifics." and the person then went, "But why wouldn't you pray?" Now, the interesting thing is the person ended up getting taller by slightly over 2 inches.
No.
However, so it's like Swami would bring it to God's attention, like you said, and God would not, often doesn't refuse his sweet children, those who are closer to him. So I thought that's such a fine line. That's such a fine
that's a
line.
wonderful story, Aditya. I'm so glad we brought it up.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
I'm glad you're bringing it out, Asha ji, in your books so that we can understand these subtleties. May I request you to then share a little bit about the other books you have written?
Well, I want to, because we don't have a lot of time, let me speak also of
Please.
this.
Yes.
So after Swami died, the last time I saw him, he told me, we talked about what I should do next. And he told me at that point, he said something he never said to me before, that he wanted me to write the story of Ananda, which he'd never suggested I do, which quite honestly, I'm not qualified to do, because I never really, well, that for many reasons I'm not qualified to do. But I was confused by that. I saw him in March. We were going to go to Romania together in June. And then he died in April. So in June, during that period of time, I went into seclusion. And I realized that by telling me to write the story of Ananda, he was telling me how to write this book, because this is the story of how Swami Kriyananda did what he did, which included the building of Ananda. So it's not the story of Ananda the way people would think to tell it, but it told me how to write this book. And when I wrote this book, I had to go into complete seclusion to write this book. I had to be away from everything. I went to a place, no internet, no neighbors. I was 1,000 miles from home, literally. And I lived in this little cabin. I mostly wrote it there. And then in another isolated place, I also wrote. And I was able to just feel Swamiji telling me what parts of his life he wanted me to talk about. And what I tried to do, talking about the principles, Swamiji had always expressed, and this is what he did when he wrote about Master, you don't just tell a story. You tell the story because it has a principle, that everybody can use in their life. And what I really wanted to do in this book, year by year, because this is 45 years of life with Swami, literally every chapter is a year. I tried to explain not merely what Swami did, but why he did it and the principles he used to make those decisions, so that it can become a handbook for all of us. Because Swami's life he had so much adversity. He had so many challenges. He had so many setbacks, and he simply persevered. but he always lived by extraordinarily subtle and very well considered principles. So I did my very best to make this book the principles by which Swami Kriyananda lives by. This is why I called it his legacy. His legacy is how to be a disciple, how to love God, how to triumph over every obstacle that God and Guru put in your way, to see if you're able to climb over it. And when I finished, I just really felt like 50 years earlier, 50 years ago now, Swami asked me to write that book. And I did. And once I finished it, it was like, it was just done. I see you holding up these books,
Yes.
like this. And I think, wow, that's actually, I remember writing those, but now they're just, I gave them everything I could, and now they're on their way.
Thank you, Asha ji, for writing them. I thank Swami so much for requesting you to do so. And I urge everyone who is watching this program to please tune into this book, The Light Bearer, and other books of Asha ji. Marvelous. Especially if you're new, you may find there are close to 200 books on display today, but there are some which are definitive biographies, of course, autobiography of a yogi. And we have that for that very reason, friends, we have over 10 breakout rooms where you can interact with people on certain subjects, and they can help you purchase the right book.
Okay.
Asha ji, before we close, may I ask you one more question? We have a couple minutes, I see. This is a question that those of you who came to Swami Kriyananda ji in the 1960s, 70s, even in the 80s and such, you saw him start on the journey Yogananda told him to take. He told him, you will have a life of lecturing, writing and editing. And on that writing and editing front, he started bringing out book after book. And from what I have known from your books, he would give you not just the book, but he couldn't wait. He would give you chapters and ask you, have you read my chapter? And that made you read the chapters and the books over a lifetime. But for us, our generation, we've inherited 150 plus books. Sometimes the mind tells you, do I have to really read them all? Which one, where do I start? Do you have some advice of how we can start this journey? And how does reading the books of a master help us?
Well, some of the books are short.
One of the
ways to start, if you just want to check them off the list, is read the shorter ones first. It was sort of a joke, because you're right. There was this woman who was visiting, and she happened to be a very tiny person. I honestly think if you stacked up all of Swami's books, they were taller than she was. And he kept asking her, did you read this? Did you read that? And then finally she said, sir, you wrote them over all these years. I've only been here 2 years. I think it's overwhelming. But the thing you have to understand is this is a long distance race. And I think you should just be very intuitive or very practical, one or the other. Practical meaning I only have a little bit of time. I'm not that great a reader. Because what Swami actually did, you see, was he took pretty much every important area of life and he pulled it out and he wrote a book about it. He wrote a book about money, about marriage, about education for children. When you start getting into the little tiny books, the little secrets books, he wrote books about the art of persuasion, of secrets of love, secrets of friendship. He wrote how to be a creative artist. He commented on the scripture, blah, blah, it goes on and on and on. I would just start anywhere, because the more central a truth is, this is how Swami put it, the more central a truth is, the more it will apply to every area of your life. And every single book he wrote it from the center of divine understanding. So you can find out everything you know from just reading about money. I just recently did a series on his book about money, and I learned more about life. I mean, I'm not that interested in money, but I learned all about life, and that was a skinny book. So it really doesn't make any difference. The main point is continually inspire and expand your understanding by whatever method will work. And Swamiji's encyclopedia of how to be a spiritual person is certainly a very good place to start. Just start anywhere. It's a circle. It's not a line, it's a circle. Just come into the circle, travel around it, skip around it, just every day. Same thing I said at the beginning, every day, make sure your life gets bigger, more expanded, more divinely inspired.
Thank you so much, Asha ji. And I'd like to let all viewers know, friends, that this is the first of such book fairs. We will, every couple months, we will focus on certain themes and we will be going deeper in that. And we look forward to having you again, Asha ji, with us on this forum. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And once again, I urge you, friends, to visit our bookstore in one of the breakout rooms, the book lounge, and from there you can help yourself to Kindle editions and print copies too. Thank you once again, Asha ji. And now I'd like us to welcome Keshava Betts. He's a very good friend of mine. He's a great soul, a wonderful musician, singer, and an astrologer. Keshava was born in Ananda community in California, and he's with us here this evening to share about Swami Kriyanandaji's music to awaken us into super consciousness. So I welcome you, Keshava.
Thank you. Very nice to be together. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Excellent.
Welcome.
That's important if we're going to be playing music together. It's a delight to be with all of you. Thank you for having me. And as Asha talked about, Swami Kriyananda had a prolific life of writing books, but that's not all he wrote. He also wrote over 400 pieces of music, many of which having lyrics. So not just melodies and harmonies and often four-part harmonies and arrangements, but also poetry to go along with hundreds of songs. It's truly staggering. And most of them had been written by the time I had been born. So I am in the category of playing catch up for an entire lifetime. But what it has led me to is a wonderful game of constant discovery. That I grew up as a musician, and I've actually been singing the music of Swami Kriyananda my entire life. And even still, sometimes I'll flip through an old book and I'll find a new piece that I haven't sung before. And it's like being on a treasure hunt that keeps yielding new fruit. So now to the topic, music to awaken superconsciousness. Just very briefly, because I want this to be largely experiential. I'd like for us to all really experience this truth, this fact, and go away with the understanding that music is a tool, and not just an ordinary one, but a divine one. Swami Kriyananda even said that music does not merely imitate consciousness, but it creates consciousness. And I've had many examples of this in my own life. Perhaps you have as well. Just think back to a time that you heard, a heart yearning, heart rending love song on the radio. And it's interesting, Swami points out also that many of the love songs of today are written about heartbreak, not about the fulfillment of love. And how many times have you listened to a sad song and felt that sorrow steal into your heart? Or listened to a depressing song and felt that grief descend upon you again? But similarly too, have you ever listened to a beautiful raga or an ecstatic chant of God remembrance and felt it lift your heart upwards? There's many saints in India who achieved great God consciousness by just the devotional repetition of God's name. And that's no mystery, because music changes us. Music is an art form that affects us at the very cellular level. And singing is such a phenomenal experience of this, because literally when we sing, our very bodies become the vibrating chamber of that music, becomes the genesis of that consciousness. And as we sing a song, we become in tune with the one who created that song. We become in tune with the vibration that the song itself has. And so it's very interesting. For a brief period of my life, I actually enjoyed listening to some really awful music. I listened to heavy metal music and rock and really tamasic, downward pulling, intense music. And it had such a negative effect on my consciousness. I could even literally feel it burning my nervous system and installing anger and rage into my mind. And I actually used Swami Kriyananda's music to uproot that negative quality out of my own consciousness and to put in its place feelings of upliftment, inspiration, wisdom. And so that's what I'd like to share with you today, is some of the music that has helped me through my life. And Swami called this music not just entertainment, but philosophy in song, that each one of his pieces contains within it the vibration of truth, and also literally sometimes a philosophical truth along with it. If you listen carefully to the lyrics, for example, there's one lyric that springs to mind: men hunger for freedom, but don't see their dungeon is only the thought that they're bound. You know, you could meditate on that for a lifetime and it would yield constant new vistas of inspiration, wisdom, and inner freedom. So now, as we get into this, one thing I'd like to invite you to do is make this an experiential 20 minutes together. Don't just listen idly, but let's listen consciously. There's a phenomenon called sympathetic resonance, which is simply that if I were to pick up a guitar, which I will in a moment, and a guitar being a stringed instrument or like a sitar or something like that, and if I didn't clamp down on the strings, and if I sang a note purely enough with my own voice, the guitar itself would begin to vibrate back. It's a beautiful thing. It's like a little piece of magic in the world, because what's happening is the vibration I create is moving the air around the strings, and the strings begin to, as a child said, hear their note and sing along. And so literally I can sing at a guitar and the guitar will sing back to me without me striking it, without me creating any other impetus for sound. But we are the same. Your heartstrings can vibrate along with me as I sing this music if you open your heart. A guitar will not vibrate if you clamp down the strings and sing, no matter how loudly you do. And similarly, the heart will not sing the melody of divine joy and freedom if you clamp around it the restless fingers of worry and anxiety or fear or anger. And so let's sit up right together. And I invite you to close your eyes for just a moment. And let's actually focus our energy at the heart center. And this is a brief little technique that Swamiji taught. Let's double inhale through the breath, through the nose, and tense the region of the heart and feel that you're tensing your heart and your energetic Anahata chakra. And then double exhale and relax the heart center. Let's do that 2 more times. Double inhale, tensing the heart region, and double exhale. Very good. 1 more time. And now relax and feel your heart center open, expansive, and free. And now, like an unlimbered instrument, let's sing together a few pieces of Swami Kriyananda's. This first piece is entitled Emerald Isle and is a song that is inviting you to perceive the world not merely as a mundane existence, but as a symbol for God's presence and God's love everywhere. Come here while I sing you of emerald hills, of valleys and meadows so fair, that all who have seen them have carried away memories in their hearts, friends, like the lilacs of May. Oh, my song is the story of the lilacs of May. My song is the story of deer on the hill, of larks that soar seeking the sun, of nightingales lifting the curtain of night, as with music they bring down heaven's blessing of light. Oh, my song is the story of God's blessing of light. Come join me in singing of that emerald isle, of flowers that like jewels besprinkle the lea, of waterfalls eager to embrace the wide sea, as we with our Maker united would be. As we with our Maker reunited would be. Come here while I sing you of emerald hills, of valleys and meadows so fair that all who have seen them have carried away memories in their hearts, friends, like the lilacs of May. Oh, my song is the story of the lilacs of May. And now I invite you to close your eyes with me for just a moment and feel in your heart center for the effect that this song has had on your consciousness. Feel if there's not just a greater sense of relaxation or of expansion or perhaps of hope, the remembrance that life itself is beautiful and is full of wonderment if only you have eyes to see. Swami Kriyananda said that this music can be used as an antidote for many negative attitudes or experiences and emotions in life. And this song is one that constantly brings fresh, new waters of hope to my heart. And so if you ever find yourself in despair or wondering at the purpose of life, you could sing a song like this. You could listen to it. And there are many albums of it recorded, being sung by Swami Kriyananda himself. And perhaps someone can post that in the chat for you. But this music is deeply transforming if you listen to it time and time again and allow it to seep into you like water being fed to a plant. Now, there's another song that I'd like to share with you, a song of joy, and again, of finding a deeper meaning and of finding a route through the confusion of life towards a deeper understanding. And this song is called The Song of the Nightingale. And what's a beautiful allegory is that apparently the nightingale is often written about in poetry being an allegory for the guru, that the nightingale sings in the darkest hours before the dawn, heralding the coming of the light. And so too, the guru comes in the darkness and the depths of our delusion and sings to us a melody of soul freedom, heralding the coming of the dawn of an inner understanding. And so this is a wonderful song that can perhaps invoke the blessings of the guru, can help us to see the world more clearly, see ourselves more clearly within it. And let's sit upright and let's wonder what this song is trying to tell us, what this music is trying to elicit within our own hearts. So let's sit upright, feeling again in the heart center. Nightingale, nightingale, sing of joy through the night. Teach my heart to impart everywhere your delight. Sing of moon rays on the rain, sing that love's not in vain. Every grief, every wrong has its ending in song. Nightingale, nightingale, sing of joy through the night. Teach all men how to spin clouds of gloom into light. Without silence, what is song? Without night, where is dawn? Were it not for men's woes, who would smile at a rose? Nightingale, nightingale, sing of joy through the night. Let each tone silence groan, earth and heaven unite. Morning laughter, evening tears, snow and blossoms of fate. Joy must sing in the night to face change unafraid. Nightingale, nightingale, And just as the sound continues to reverberate on the guitar strings long after the final notes have been strummed, let's try to feel the vibration of this piece reverberating in your heart, even after the melody ends. Much could be said about the science of receptivity to music. That we could talk about melody, we could talk about rhythm, we could talk about poetry, we could discuss repetition and harmony and the use of counter melodies and things like this, all of which are fascinating and all of which have been done and will continue to be done. But the essence of understanding how to use Swami's music to uplift and transform your life is very simple. Listen to the melody. Allow it to play in your heart freely. Sing along with it. That's actually one of the best pieces of advice I could give. If you want to experience how uplifting this music can be, how transforming it can be in your life, don't just listen to it idly, but try and sing along with it. Sing along with abandon. Sing in the shower when no one's listening. That's what will really help this music to penetrate deeply into your heart. And this next song, as Swamiji wrote 400 pieces, many of them have different moods, different experiences that they can help us overcome. And this next piece is one that can come to mind when we're in need of a little bit of courage, a little bit of strength, because the spiritual path, and let's face it, all of our lives are not for weaklings, that we all have obstacles that we have to face. And often our happiness is determined by how we face them. And this song is one that perhaps can give us the secret for how to face adversity, for how to face the challenges that come to us in life. And the thing is, you can hear a sermon, you can read a book, you can hear good counsel from your friends 100 times, but if you sing the song and you understand it deeply, you can keep that song humming silently in the background of your mind to constantly tell you how you ought to live. And this is one such song. This is the song, Dare to be Different. And I invite all of you, let's listen to these lyrics and let's imagine that this is your own soul nature, inviting you right now in this moment to dare to be different, to dare to be free, to dare to cast down the chains of your own ego bondage, all the desires and expectations of society, of the world, of your past karmas, and dare to be free right here and right now. Dare to be different, dare to be free, dare to roam far like wind on the sea. Fly like a gull, soar high on the air. Be strong in your courage when others despair. Never in anger, never in haste. Go without pride, be never abased. Freedom is yours if freedom you give. To all give it freely, in freedom you'll live. Mountains that stand up tall to the sky tell us no dreaming is ever too high. Dare to climb boldly, brave that high peak. You'll never know failure if bravely you seek. Dare to be different, dare to be free. Dare to roam far like wind on the sea. Fly like a gull, soar high on the air. Be strong in your courage when others despair. Be strong in your courage when others despair. Be strong in your courage when others despair. And this music, like I said at the beginning, is much more than entertainment. This music is really a key to uplifting your consciousness. It's a key to wisdom, truly. If wisdom is the ability to know what is Dharma, to know the way out of suffering, to know the way closer to God, towards your own happiness, this music will teach you wisdom, because it will teach you how to live. It will teach you how to be in life, how to interact in every circumstance, be it with your loved ones, with your family, at work, in challenges, in times of grief and loss, in times of great joy. This music can teach you how to live under every circumstance, how to be ideal, ideally yourself, that is to say, not anyone else, nor anyone's preconception, but your own highest potential. That's truly what this music has to offer you. And this song that I'll sing next, perhaps last, is a song called I Live Without Fear. And just as an example from my own life, there was a period of my life when I was suffering from a lot of sadness and a feeling of displacement and loneliness in my heart that borderlined on despair. And there were times when I would weep bitterly by myself alone in my room. And I was a young man at the time and felt that I didn't have any help or any way to lift myself out of this sorrow. But I also instinctively knew that this darkness, this pain, this heaviness in my heart was threatening to destroy me. And I knew that I needed a lifeline. And there were times that it would be hard for me to even go out and meet the day because of the pain in the heart. And there were times when I would just lie and weep on the floor because of how much my heart hurt. And this song was a lifeline for me. And it was one of the little graces of God. I shouldn't even say little. It was one of the graces of God in my life that God planted the awareness in my mind that I should listen to this piece of music. And I did. I listened to it on repeat and I would sing with it. And I would let its words wash over me. I would let its melody inform my heart and comfort me. And I would sing its final phrases, which I will introduce you to in a moment, over and over and over. Like a drowning man clinging to a raft, I sang this song, and it saw me safely to shore. And so this song will forever hold a special place in my heart because it rescued me. And it can rescue you too from great fears, even if it's just a momentary fear, a day to day and a passing moment. And so that's just an example from my own life of the power and the effectiveness of this music. The song is I Live Without Fear. summer fade and winter draw near, my Lord, in your presence I live without fear. Through tempest, through snows, through turbulent tide, the touch of your hand is my strength and my guide. I ask for no riches that death can destroy. I crave only thee, your love and your joy. I ask for no riches that death can destroy. I crave only thee, your love and your joy. The dancers will pass, the singing must end. I welcome the darkness with you for my friend. And just for a moment, close your eyes and let's remember the last phrase of this song. I welcome the darkness with you for my friend. How often do we walk through life with hidden fears, subconsciously lurking just behind our awareness? And what would it be to truly live without fear? How is that possible? Well, sing this song, and perhaps you'll find out for yourself. Now I have enough time, and it's my great delight to get to share with you one final piece, which is a very fitting conclusion to our evening together. And this is one of my favorite songs. In fact, if I had to choose a single favorite, I might choose this. And it's a song, I'll play an excerpt from a much larger piece of music, a suite called Life is the Quest for Joy. And just the title itself is so perfect, isn't it? Life is a quest for joy. All of us yearn for meaning and understanding, and even the title of this song gives us that. And I think you'll discover too that the melody does the same. And so now listen with me to this melody and sit upright and feel that this melody, more than something merely entertaining, is actually your heart crying out for the deepest understanding of joy in your own self. And feel just like that guitar string that is uninhibited, feel your heart vibrating in harmony with this divine melody. And again, let's pause for just a moment, allowing the echoes of that melody to drift through our consciousness, through our minds and our hearts. That piece runs in total for about 20 minutes and is a meditation in and of itself. And I hope you could feel a little touch of the grace of God that descends through that music, through all of these pieces, be them instrumental without words, but playing with such great poetry on the unspoken feeling of our soul, or using words, poetry, melody, accompaniment to thrill us and delight us and show us the way home. That's what Swamiji's music is for us, really a trail back to our soul nature. I hope you enjoy it as much as I have. God bless you, and thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Keshava. That was really beautiful to experience music to awaken super consciousness, just as we've been discussing how did Master's Autobiography of a Yogi, that book, how Swami Kriyanandaji's books are imbued with that consciousness which we can derive, through their words, through their music. Thank you very much once again. I'd like to now hand it over to Gaurav, Brahmachari Gaurav, to invite our next speakers.
Thank you, Aditya, and welcome, friends, once again. And it's my great joy to invite now for our next session two very special guests, Nayaswami's Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana. And welcome, Jayaji and Dhyanaji. And Nayaswami's Jayaji and Dhyanaji are the spiritual directors of Ananda Sangha in India. Both of them are excellent teachers, excellent speakers, and they have had many, many decades on the spiritual path, learning, studying, training directly under Swami Kriyanandaji. They are also both Kriyacharyas, authorized to initiate other people into this ancient technique of Kriya Yoga that Yoganandaji mentions so often in the autobiography of a yogi. So we are very, very honored to have you both here with us today, and over to you both now for the sharing of this session.
Thank you very much, Gaurav, and I very much appreciate that very nice introduction. And I want to thank you, and I want to thank Brother Aditya, who has also been hosting. And I especially also want to thank the staff of Ananda Publications for organizing this event. And I know it's a lot of work behind the scenes, and it sometimes doesn't go unrecognized. And also, thank you, Keshava, for that beautiful music that preceded me. It's a wonderful introduction to this topic, any topic really. When we're speaking about Master, we're speaking about Swami Kriyananda. Master, I refer to Paramahansa Yogananda. And we're speaking toward the autobiography of a yogi and various aspects of it. And I refer to it just in shorthand, often many of us do, as the AY, the autobiography of a yogi. It was published 75 years ago, as it's been, we all know that, and it's widely recognized, as Jyotish led off, explaining it as a spiritual classic. And it's perhaps, I mean, it's obviously much more well-known now than it was when it was the first year of its publications, but it's one of those rare books which inspire thousands of people every year, as much now as probably when it was first written. Its fame has spread from perhaps where it was first published there and in America, and its fame has spread to India and Europe, and actually it's reached every country in the world. People have been touched. And more important than people being touched, their lives have changed because of that book. Now, most books come and go, but a classic is a book that continues to inspire because it is always fresh and it's timeless. And it has something special. It inspires, yes. Many people, many books inspire, but what the autobiography has, it has power. It has a power to change lives. And spiritual classics are especially so and have a special power because they're universal and they speak to mankind's essential needs and those essential aspirations. They move us. They motivate us to reach up to something higher. And certainly, as I think it was Jyotish again who said that, or maybe it was Devi, that Yogananda said to Kriyanandaji, I put my vibrations into it. But at the same time, very subtly, I think he put a power into that book, a power to change the world itself over time. And certainly the power to change me. And this was my experience with the autobiography of a yogi, as perhaps many others have said and will continue to say it. It was like a curtain was drawn open when I read that book. Perhaps it was an inner curtain, and the world looked different in some way. My perspective on the world is if a whole new world is, but yet it was something familiar about it. I intuitively recognized something about it. In some sense, I felt this intuitive recognition even of Yogananda, that this is somebody I seem to know. It seems so familiar to me. And I have to admit, I didn't immediately believe everything that I read. There's so many fantastic things there, but it was far beyond my experience to judge. But the important thing for me, and also I recommend if you have not yet I didn't disbelieve either. And I thought to myself, might this actually be possible? And I picked it up, and as I said, it changed my life because the AY, the autobiography, speaks from an author's personal experience of mankind's and my essential needs. It speaks to our soul journey, the banishment of sorrow, overcoming of sorrow, like the Buddha was teaching. He speaks to enlightenment, eternal bliss, this union with God. It speaks to our divine potential. It is what Yogananda called self-realization. It spoke to that. That was a word, of course, it's an ancient word. It has a long history of its own, but he brought that, he described his teachings in that, with that phrase, self-realization, the realization of the true higher self, not the little ego self, which we think we are, but that higher self, which is universal and of which unites all of us. And he not only spoke about it, but I think this was the thing that impressed me. He made it seem possible. It made it seem within reach. And I think every reader, they come away from that book, he says, that's possible. I can do that. And I can experience that. And he defined self-realization very precisely in the way he gave a definition. He says self-realization is the knowing in all parts of body, mind, and soul that you are now in possession of the kingdom of God, that you do not have to pray that it come to you, that God's omnipresence is your omnipresence, and that all you need to do is improve your knowing. Now, that last phrase, improve your knowing, that's the challenge, isn't it? But it's a goal. It's our goal, and it's the goal of all spiritual striving, whatever one's religion. It underlies, it's universal. It's the path every soul travels to fulfill our embedded impulse to seek happiness, to expand. The heart wants to expand. The heart's natural impulse is to love others. The natural impulse or the grounding, the foundation of our very soul is in joy. It's in bliss. And it's not about, he explained it very clearly, it's not about belief. It's about experience. And that is what I liked, because I was not going to just believe something, and I don't believe something just when somebody says it. Maybe I'm a little overly skeptical, but I want to see proof. Now, I couldn't prove what he was saying, but he showed me and he gave us the tools to be able to prove it for ourselves. And so he didn't say, just take this on faith. He says, here, test it, be honest, give it an honest test and see if this isn't true. And that's what I loved. I could test it. And, because we can believe anything, but that does not make it so. But through our own direct experience, we can test what it was that what Yogananda was saying. And in the book, one of the things I found interesting in the book is that Yogananda seemed to write more about the greatness of other saints than his own greatness. Of course, he was modest, and there was humility in that. But he cast himself as a humble seeker, and he showed the greatness of all these other saints. And he did admit later that it wasn't quite like that he himself often was the teacher, and some of the great saints he talked to were actually asking him questions. But I think that approach actually gives a special power to the book. When you read of one great soul, if it was just his life and not the others, you might see that as, well, that's unique. He was a very unique person, which he was, but you might not think, well, he can do it, but what about others? But when you see the greatness in so many, you feel the power of his message, and you feel the message and the teachings that he conveys. And Yogananda brought this through his book, and he made it so real to anybody who picks that book up, whether now or 75 years ago. And a disciple asked Yogananda, is what you are teaching a new religion? And he said, no, it's a new expression. Self-realization is the realization of truth, but there's no new truth. Truth wears different clothing, yes. As the ages pass, it has to express itself in the language of the age in which it is being expressed, but self-realization is universal, and there's the potential for all of us today. And I think it's Yogananda came particularly at a moment in history that is very pertinent for us. He brought a message that was pertinent for the modern age. You read the news, or you see the news and the internet, and you look about us and you see all these conflicting forces at play in society today. Some of them are good, yes, but we often see the destructive forces as well. And underlying, there's a certain force, it's known as nihilism, which has been having a great influence on the world at large over the last century. And that's a view, nihilism is the view that life, it sees life as having no purpose, no meaning. There's no point. Life is pointless, meaningless, purposeless. And there's means no such thing as absolute truth. In other words, no Sanatana Dharma. And I think of it as this attitude as a spiritual disease. And it's a disease because the fruit of it is a sense of despair. And sometimes you find this existing in some societies. There's a sense of, what's it all about anyway? Why bother? And people shrug, whatever. And we're here for the moment. And what happens is we find our happiness through perhaps you can't do much about it, so let's just drink and be merry. Or you see the rise of materialism and greed, and these things are prevalent and have been on the rise and influential for the last century because there's this lack of meaning that people need, and people need a sense of meaning in life, purposefulness to life. And I think this was one of the purposes that Yogananda came, that self-realization is the meaning, is the purpose which all souls are striving for. And it acts as an antidote to that way of thinking. It gives a positive alternative. God realization, in other words, is possible. Joy is possible. Not only is it possible, it's our destiny. It's our birthright. And God can be experienced for everyone. Me, you, singles, householders, businessmen, monks, students, rich or poor. And this message Yogananda was able to convey in a modern context, within a modern language and context, that was more than just philosophy. It was a way to live that will take us to that goal. And really, you take away from that and you can't help but think, wow, what a mission. You look at Yogananda's life, the change that he brought about, the seeds that he planted. And that's what he did. He planted seeds, because how much can one person, even a great saint, accomplish in one lifetime? But by planting seeds, he gave those who followed him a chance to cultivate those seeds and develop them. And as I think it was Aditya in the opening remarks talked about Swami Kriyananda, the number of books he wrote, as you might say, a way to fulfill and to cultivate those seeds and that message. Remember what did he say? Oh, don't say that. Not enough has been done. Much more needs to be done. And Kriyanandaji used to say it in this way. He dedicated his life, of course, to showing the ways that self-realization could be expressed and could be pursued by so many avenues. And he expressed it like it was like self-realization is like a hub of a great wheel, with the spokes of the wheel radiating out to the perimeter. And each of those spokes is one of the ways in which self-realization can be expressed, can be reached, and also the way that we can express that and find that self-realization in our own lives in daily life, whatever our outward dharma might be. And everything from education, philosophy, scripture, family life, and so on. And this was Yogananda's message. Self-realization is for everyone. God is for everyone. God is within our reach. God is our divine potential. Self-realization is our destiny. And that message resonates now just as much as it did 75 years ago. And it will continue to do so in the future, because it speaks to the essence of who we are, or who we are as mankind. And I can't say how many times I've read it, but if you haven't yet read that, treat yourself to something truly unique and truly timeless, and something that has the power to change your life just as it changed my life. So God bless and thank you.
Good morning, friends, and welcome again. It's so inspiring to talk about this topic of particularly self-realization. And Jayaji is so right. We're so fortunate that we have in our lifetime the possibility, the knowledge, the techniques, the writings, the books, the guides, the teachers, to be able to realize what Paramahansa Yoganandaji spoke of in his book, Autobiography of a Yogi. I wanted to start with just brief words from Yoganandaji on self-realization, realizing the spark of the divine within us. He says, come out of your closed chamber of limitations, breathe in the fresh air of vital thoughts, exhale poisonous thoughts of discouragement, discontentment, or hopelessness. Never suggest to your mind human limitations, but constantly remind yourself, I am the infinite, which has become the body. I am the infinite. And I was at a ceremony last night, and over the years, at different times, teaching meditation and giving Kriya Yoga Diksha, Kriya Yoga Meditation Diksha, what I noticed last night was, after the ceremony was completed, I just looked around at the faces of the people who were in attendance. And it was so wonderful to see that they were all smiling. There was an inner radiance. There was peace. There was an upliftment of consciousness. There was joy on their faces. And you don't see that a whole lot. You see stress and tension and anger and fear and worries. But I thought this comes from self-realization. It comes from touching the soul, of feeling the divinity, of feeling God, God's consciousness, of touching that consciousness within ourselves. And we don't often see that. But as people meditate and do the meditation, yoga practices, they begin to change. The eyes change, the face changes, and everything about us changes. And who and what we think we are, we may think, as Swami Kriyananda Ji used to say, we're a bundle of self-definitions. I think I'm a man or a woman, or I'm black, or I'm white, or I'm Indian and I like curry, or I'm American and I like apple pie. And there was a really sweet story of one of the monks who lived with Swami Kriyananda Ji when he was with Master. And this man was, one day Swamiji saw him eating a curry meal, and Swami Kriyananda Ji said, well, I thought you didn't like curry. And he said, well, I don't, but I want to be born in my next life in India. And so we have these things that we think we are, and the worries, of course, and the dilemmas and the problems, but underneath all of that, there's such a beautiful aspect of who and what we really are, which is the soul, which is a part of God, a spark of the divine, a part of the infinite consciousness. It's residing within each one of us. And self-realization is step by step discovering, uncovering, unpeeling, taking away everything that you aren't and becoming that spark of the divine, like a wave on the ocean of cosmic consciousness. And when after university, after college, I came out of there and I had a very nice job. I had a very nice place to live. I had plenty of money. I had all the things people said, if you get those, you're going to be happy in life. I wasn't happy at all. And I looked around me and I didn't see anybody was really happy. And I thought, this can't be all there is to life. There's got to be something more to life. I was 21 years old. I felt my whole life was ahead of me. And I didn't know what it was. And I began to ask the questions I'm sure you've asked. Who am I? Why am I here? What is the goal of life? What are the things we should be looking toward in life? And then by God's grace, I found, as the other speakers have said, I found the autobiography of a yogi. And in that book, I realized the infinite potential that we each have and how to reach that potential, that we are a part of God and that we only need to improve our knowing or attune ourselves with that consciousness to uplift our consciousness into what I love this phrase Yoganandaji used to use, super consciousness, not a lower energy and a lower magnetism, a lower consciousness, but how to uplift ourselves into super consciousness, into the consciousness which is of our soul. And we do that through different techniques that Yoganandaji spoke about in that book, Kriya Yoga, meditation, other types of meditation, concentration, Hong Sa, the Om technique of listening to the voice, the motor sound of God that's going through all creation, looking into the light, to experience the light of God there, doing pranayama, yoga postures, affirmations, healing. He gave not just what it is, but how to do it. And also with the grace, the blessings of one who has already been there, who knows, who's already one with God. And Yoganandaji in that book, besides the teachings and all, let's put it plainly, he gave his blessing on anybody who would pick that book up and read it. And afterwards, I was so thrilled. I began to read, I began to feel a joy in my heart. And I said, what was missing in my life was me. I was missing myself. My highest self was missing. And the feeling of peace and happiness that I felt, I had never felt before. And so also by God's grace, I've met Swami Kriyanandaji, and I lived in yoga communities where people were spiritual communities, who people practice meditation, Kriya yoga, energization, recharging exercises. People served, we had satsang. And after that, after a while, I was blessed to go to many different countries and share the teachings because I couldn't keep it to myself. And so I lived and traveled around Europe and I taught there. I lived, of course, I'm from America and I was able to teach there. I went to Australia and I taught there. I went to several African countries and I taught these teachings there. And in the communities, in the centers of Ananda I visited, and all these places that I was able to share the teachings, I saw something so wonderful. The same result, no matter what the background, what the race, what the country, what the continent, who the person was, they had the same result of bright eyes, of energy, of magnetism, of joy in their hearts from the contact with God, from aspiring to, reaching out for self-realization, a realization of their soul. I remember so sweetly one man in Nigeria, when some people there who were coming and going didn't speak so much English. And we were teaching everything we could. We had like 1 month and we were teaching recharging exercise. Let's do some yoga, let's do pranayama, let's do various hangsa and everything. And I remember one man came to me after this time of that our visit was there, and he looked at me and I could just tell from his eyes what he wanted to say. He couldn't say very much. So he just said, "We like this." I said, and of course, your soul loves it because that's who and what you really are, the higher self. Not the little self with the petty worries and the difficulties and the fears. And if we can break through to the higher self, then we realize that that's who and what we really are. And what a joy to live life in that way and to share with others as we are able to experience our true natures within. And we can't say that, oh, no, just the great masters, just those living in a cave, meditating 24 hours a day, just those people who are privileged, who are avatars from birth, just they have a chance. It's so hopeful. Yoganandaji's book, it's so inspiring. He's saying, no, not me, you. Practice. Do it for yourself. Experiment and experience the joy of your soul. And I was remembering this one beautiful story of a devotee a disciple who had, I'll end with this, his guru's picture was in front of him as he would meditate, and he would toss flower petals, like rose petals, on the image of his guru in honor of his guru and what he had learned after his meditations. And this went on for some time. And then one day, this disciple, he went into a deep meditation and to ecstasy himself. And he began to toss the flower petals on his own head. And he said, what's in my master, that's what's in me. And this is what we have to realize, that through everything we do, that the master has come to show us this too is in you. Swami Kriyanandaji wrote, as Jayaji said, on every possible topic, to lead us in the direction of self-realization through Raja Yoga books, through meditation books, and various things, but also including business and abundance and success on every aspect of life. We walk the path, and we walk every day with the higher consciousness, and we meditate every day. We recharge ourselves until we reach that point where we too will be in self-realization and consciousness, in higher consciousness, in union with God. And we too then will be able to begin to toss those flower petals on our own heads and say, I too am a spark of the infinite. Please close with me with these words of Yoganandaji. Close your eyes a moment, and this is an affirmation of our soul. Just repeat out loud on your own after me with your eyes closed. These words of Yoganandaji. I am a spark of the infinite. I am not flesh and bones. I am light. I am a spark of the infinite. I am not flesh and bones. I am light. I am a spark of the infinite. I am not flesh and bones. I am light. Once more in your mind, I am a spark of the infinite. I am not flesh and bones. I am light. Om Shanti Shanti. I'll have them bring on screen now. I won't explain them, but at least you can see some recommended books that you may want to take with you today to help you on your journey of self-realization. Gaurav, I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dhyanaji and Jayaji. And friends, we have just posted the link on the chat for you all. But thank you so much for this very stirring sharing and just this inspiration to walk the same path as you have been sharing that these great saints have walked, and the inspiration to practice all these teachings. So again, very honored to have had both of you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Ditya. Thank all of you for participating today.
So with that, friends, we will now be moving into our next session for the day. And this is called What's in the Book? And the theme is leadership and success. And we have 4 very special guests, very special speakers with us this morning to share on this theme and to be part of this panel. And I'd just like to very briefly share a little bit about each of them before I hand it over to them. So first on my screen, I'm seeing Tyagi Shurjo. And Shurjo, along with his wife, Narayani, they are the spiritual directors of our center in Mumbai. Both of them are just wonderful, excellent teachers. They teach all over Mumbai, of course, in many cities in India also. And they have also been had the great fortune of serving as personal assistants to Swami Kriyanandaji, who we have been talking about and mentioning today. So very warm welcome to you, Shurjo. It's our joy to have you here with us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Next, I'd like to talk about Nitendra and Pranita. Both of them are in Gurgaon and they lead our work. They are center leaders for our center in Gurgaon. But they also, both of them individually have a lot of experience in leadership, which is one of the things we are also talking about today. Pranita serves as the director in a large financial services and investment banking company. And Nitendra also, he has decades of experience in the industry and he works also with the financial services domain and just handling large technical teams. So very, very honored to have you both to share with us this morning. And finally, we have Lata Gupta, and she's also a dear friend who lives in Pune. And Lata is an excellent Ananda yoga teacher. Later in the day today, we will be having a breakout room also for Ananda Yoga. But Lata heads Ananda Yoga for Ananda Sangha in India. And she herself is a very highly certified Yoga Alliance Ananda Yoga teacher. But besides that, now she is full-time with us. But besides that, Lata too has had decades of experience in very large multinational corporations, just helping with leadership development programs. And she's also a certified coach. So thank you all for joining us this morning. It's an honor. And now over to you. And I believe, Pranita, you would be starting off the discussion for today. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Gaurav. And moving on with those very wonderful thoughts that we heard from Nayaswami Jaya and Nayaswami Dhyana, I would like to start this session by firstly expressing our deepest gratitude to Master and Swamiji for enlightening us through these wonderful books. As all of you are aware about the theme today on leadership and success, we will be having a discussion with this very, very wonderful panel that you see on the screen right now. We'll be talking about these books. We'll be talking about their life experiences through what they have learned from this book and how these books have helped us. While you will see on the chat the names of the books and the links of where you can get them, just very briefly, these are called How to Be a Success, Material Success Through Yoga Principles, The Art of Supportive Leadership, and Secrets of Success and Leadership. So starting off the discussion, and I always have a special, humility and a special, if I may say, regard for Lata, having directly worked under her leadership in one of the organizations, even before Ananda. So Lata, I want to start with you as the first, probably the first discussion topic. And we want to start with this book, The Art of Supportive Leadership, which is a really wonderful book that teaches us how leaders can bring out the highest potential from humans, from whether they are employees, co-workers, or students. And Swami Kriyananda mentions that genuine leadership is of only one type: supportive. It leads people, it doesn't drive them. So Lata, I wanted to ask you that in your experience as a leader in many different spheres of life that we also heard in your introduction, how has this principle helped you? And is there any other insight from this topic from the book that you'd like to call out?
Thank you so much, and namaste, everyone. It's indeed heartening to be here and discuss this very special book, which has been a Bible in my corporate career, The Art of Supportive Leadership. And it's amazing how it has stood the test of time, is what I would say. If we look at what is the world going through, it's going through a time of great change and possibly a lot of chaos. What we are hearing more and more in the corporate world, in the circles of leadership, is about the Great Resignation. So what is the Great Resignation? Probably you've always been seeing this of late in the news. hundreds and thousands of people are questioning their career and their business life and the crashing boundaries between life and livelihood. And this is a time when people are really pulling back and saying, is this all? Particularly the healthcare industry and technology and some of these which have been under high pressure, the industries are where this phenomenon is being experienced. And what Swamiji foresaw and wrote is so relevant to what is happening today. And I would say that this book on supportive leadership can be an anchor for leaders in these times, because what's starting to happen is you're seeing people leaving you left, right, and center. And there is a lot of uncertainty. Will I be able to deliver on the commitments that I have made to my clients? Am I going to be able to take my company forward? Is it going to perform financially the way I had envisaged? All of these things are getting questioned at a very fundamental level. And that is where Pranita's question of what really is supportive leadership needs a little bit of examination in today's context, because it's really stood the test of time. And Swami was very emphatic about bringing ancient wisdom for modern times. That's what his entire teachings on leadership centered around. So I very quickly, if I were to just, bring in some aspects of what is supportive leadership. The industrial era was one where we were focused on manufacturing, and command and control was a way of working. Now, command and control works well in certain contexts. It works well in the army, where there is one leader who's giving instructions and everybody else is following the instructions. It works well on an assembly line where you have a certain number of units to produce. But when you're working with knowledge workers, and more we are also seeing a big demographic shift happening, younger people entering the workforce, it's a pity if you just work with their hands and don't recruit their minds. So if you want to be a leader who is able to really get the holistic perspective of your employees and bring out the best, you need to be someone who's supportive. And some of the things that supportive leadership would mean is being last and not first, not flaunting authority and position, not creating power distance between people. The language you speak, the body language that you emanate, and the words that you choose to interact becomes very, very important. Empathy is the new language. Can you step into their shoes and figure out what are they going through? Can you create a space? We talk of psychological safety in the workplace. It's all about, are you creating a space where people can be themselves, where they can come and tell you that I made a mistake and how can we solve it, rather than have to hide the mistake? A space where they're allowed to take risks. And when they take risks, there is a lot of innovation that happens. And it is also about leaders stepping back and listening to people. So those are some highlights I'd like to leave with as we go through this panel discussion in terms of what really does supportive leadership mean. We talked extensively about this, and most beautifully, we have very short attention spans. So he presents it very succinctly in the book. So that's a little context on supportive leadership.
That's wonderful, Lata. Some great points that you brought about bringing people's holistic selves rather than using their hands. What a profound thought that is. It's indeed wonderful. And I'll just move on the same book. And Swamiji talks about ego, attachment, and getting carried away by the glamour and the power as pitfalls. He talks about leadership as not a position of glory, but a position of actually brickbats. He says everybody wants the position, but nobody wants the job. So Nityendra, I'll move to you and ask you, what has appealed to you from this book or these other books that we talked about on leadership by Swamiji about getting rid of the ego while performing your duties as a leader?
Sure. Thank you, Pranita. So to add on to Lata, the same book actually mentions about the fact that ego is something that inhibits leadership. Now, beyond the book, if we look into the corporate parlance, the typical phrase that is used there is that leaders should lead by example. Now, the way actually, and the beauty of this book and Swamiji's work is that he actually takes this specific point, but he elaborates it significantly and touches both the spiritual life and the corporate world. The way he did that was, rather than sticking to the corporate parlance of leaders should lead by example, he actually mentions that leadership is magnetic. Now, when he says magnetic, the way it affects from the ego perspective is that if leaders become egoic, which means I have power, as you said, and so on, they are self-limiting themselves. And since it is magnetic, it translates to the people you are leading. So everyone then becomes self in their own right. So they start to say, what is in it for me, rather than working on a particular project or a particular delivery and so on. Because it is magnetic, it kind of rubs from the leader to them. And therefore, Swamiji actually mentions that leadership is actually a position of responsibility. We are here, leaders are there to serve people. Now, as soon as you connect these two things, that leaders are here to serve and leaders have a magnetic quality, it will reflect on the employees as well, which means the employees will start to feel to serve, to be more responsible, to be able to be wanting to deliver rather than being self-limited that what will I gain if I do this and so on. And therefore, the great thing that I like about this book is that it takes a specific problem that perhaps the industry has worked on or solved, but he actually goes deeper into it and elaborates it in very simple terms. And then he connects back to spirituality. For those who are on the path, he actually mentions that leadership is a great tool to improve our own spiritual development. Because if in leadership, ego is inhibiting, definitely it is inhibiting in our spiritual growth. So if in leadership we are able to go beyond the ego, we look at people to serve ourselves, then that reflects in our spiritual development as well, as we start to get rid of our ego. So wonderfully, he combines the spiritual aspect with the practicality, and that's the wonderful thing that I like about this book.
Thank you, Nitendra. That was really insightful. And what a wonderful way Swamiji has taught us that, we see leadership sometimes quite in contrast to spiritual aspects of life, but the two are so intermingled and one helps the growth of the other is what Swami tells us through this book. So that's wonderful. Now we'll just move our attention to another wonderful book, and it's called Material Success Through Yoga Principles. Even the name's so intriguing. In this one, Swami says, I have two purposes of writing these lessons. One is to help people who want to succeed materially without sacrificing their spiritual principles. Many people want that. And the second, for those who would like to know how to use spiritual principles as a means to achieve success. So, Shurjaji, I'll move to you. And I'd like to ask you if you could kindly elaborate on this beautiful thought from Swamiji and what this book has taught us, that spirituality and success are not actually disconnected.
Well, I'd like to display this book, but unfortunately it's 26 volumes, so there's no way for me to lift this entire thing up. But I do want to mention at the same time this book, which has certain of those aspects called money magnetism. The 26 lessons Swamiji wrote is really an entire course in itself that you would have to build on, filled with a lot of practical exercises, homework to be done, things to put into practice, so on and so forth. But if you are more interested to get an initial spark of what that might be, you can start with this book as well, Money Magnetism. Pranita, that's a great question. And I'd like to read just a small little passage from the Material Success Through Yoga Principles section, where Swami in the introduction writes, from a yogic point of view, every kind of success is a good thing. For the qualities that bring material success bring also divine enlightenment. Qualities that produce material failure, on the other hand, produce also spiritual failure. Isn't that a beautiful kind of correlation? And the key word here is qualities. Because if you want to be successful, you have to have certain qualities in place. And nobody tells us how to develop these qualities. How do I develop magnetism that Nitendra was talking about? I don't know how to develop magnetism. For me, magnetism is, what if I shout at people and therefore, then they will really know that I'm the person in charge. So that's how we think we can hold people's attention. But I don't know how to be magnetic. I don't know how to be always focused and concentrated. There's this kind of little anecdote or a story that we often share in our classes when we're talking about these subjects, about a time when Bill Gates and Warren Buffett, they were on a talk show somewhere, and the host of the show asks both of them and says, separately, I'm going to ask you to write down one quality that both of you feel has been the most essential in the success that you found. And of course, we know these two gentlemen are, as far as success goes, as high as it's going to get. And so they both take that little moment and they scribble on their pieces of paper. And then the host says, all right, why don't you now kind of show the audience, show everybody what you scribbled? And both of them, interestingly, wrote the word concentration. For them, concentration was the most essential quality. Who's teaching us how to concentrate? I mean, so where are these qualities? Either we're bringing them already with us, or we need means to develop these qualities. That's where spiritual practices enter the scene. Because for spiritual success, what do you need? Concentration, focus, patience, high energy, lots of willpower. Oh, wait a minute. I think I need them also for material success. So where's the difference again? Oh, the difference, if people want to create a difference, is only in getting attached to anything that we want to succeed at. I've seen people getting extremely attached on the spiritual path to the same ego issues of developing a spiritual ego, to experiences in their meditation. So of course, people are going to get attached to money, position, fame, power, externally as well. It's the qualities that determine what that success is going to be. Unlike all of you on this panel, I've never had a job, never been in the corporates. Out of college, I found myself in Ananda. But, now with my wife Narayani and I trying to lead a work, you realize, boy, I need to use all these spiritual qualities in ensuring that there is outward success as well. We've got to meet our rents every month. We've got to pay our own, volunteers and employees every month. We've got to figure out how we're going to be magnetic enough that people are going to naturally be drawn and inspired to want to practice these things. And if it wasn't for having a way to develop these qualities, that external success would not be ours as well. So I love these words. Spiritual success and material success go perfectly hand in hand, just as material failure can also result in spiritual failure.
Wonderful. And how beautifully you say that you don't have a job while you have the most important one amongst all of us, I think.
Not at all, please.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. A quick time check for our panelists. We'll have another 6 minutes, and I'll quickly move to Lata, back to you again. Both Nitendra and Shorjoji talked about, the attitudes of a leader. They spoke about magnetism, about non-attachment, and so on. Now, in the same book, The Material Success Through Yoga Principles, this is in a sense seen as an autobiography of perseverance and loyalty to the principle until success is actually achieved. And who better than Swami Kriyananda's own life is a proof of the fact that these principles really work. So I'd like to ask you, what are those key principles in addition to the ones that have been spoken about, or these attitudes of a leader that have helped you become a great leader and, of course, continuing to learn?
Thank you for that. And it was interesting how the discussion really evolved across all of our lenses, where we're looking at it from different perspectives. And I think some of the things that Swami brings out very clearly upfront in the lessons on success and happiness is he says that people are more important than things. And I think this is something that people are realizing more and more around the world. And having been in some of these, well, I've been lucky to have met actually boards of some of the Fortune 100 companies and be part of conversations when I was having a corporate career, which was quite hectic and around the world. And all of the times I found that while business discussions were happening, they were very much on top of it. When it came to people, all of these leaders were a little bit shifting back and wondering what is the right thing to do with people, and realizing that whether it is your customer or whether it is the people who make the work happen, it is all people at the end of the day. So you can keep driving metrics, and Swami says never drive. He says, engage people. Yeah. So that's one important principle, that people are more important than things. And the other central principle that he talks about is yato dharma tato jaya. And I think we are seeing that playing out in the world now more than ever. Yeah, and life is always a longer rhythm. So, we see things playing out in a longer rhythm of life. But where there is truth, where there is integrity, where there is love and compassion, and all of this it's just over these decades I'm seeing how the lingo of business is changing. Everybody is talking about, Jeff Weiner, the CEO of LinkedIn, is talking about empathy, and he says he defines empathy as walking in somebody else's shoes for a mile. Yeah, we never thought of all this. You gave the orders and people executed. You maintained all the attention on yourself so that you sounded like a leader. These were the principles of the past. But it's just wonderful to see how everything is shifting and everything is settling down to a more dharmic way of leadership. And that's very enjoyable to watch now from the sidelines.
Wonderful. Wonderful. And that's a great thought you put out, that people in this age of energy in our Dwapar Yuga are realizing the importance of these attitudes and are changing their work, their styles, and learning from these. And what better way to learn quickly is from just taking a hand of these books, going through them, and of course, then practicing what Swamiji has to say. I'll move to our last question for today. And Shurjo, I'd like to come back to you as a wrap-up question of all the books that we discussed. That, in all these books that we spoke of, there are very many practical tools, tips, and suggestions on becoming better leaders, on ways to get success in all spheres of life, whether spiritually, materially. So what, according to you, is the one thread that Swamiji is trying to convey to us through all of these wonderful books that we have at hand?
Wow. Well, that's going to be tough to pick up just that one thread. But I think if we see a common theme in everything that's been shared thus far, the necessity eventually in everything that we do to serve a higher reality than just ourselves. I think that would be the general theme. In everything, it has to be, you want to be a leader, but it has to be for a higher ideal, for a higher cause. And that can be entirely up to you. It doesn't have to be self-realization. It doesn't have to be self-perfection. Even if it's just above the ego, just a little more than the ego, that's plenty. Because then when you get there, you'll say, that's not quite enough. And then you'll want to expand to the next higher thing. And so, of course, as Lata beautifully said, people are more important than things. The need, as we say, when we're trying to serve a larger reality, is we start to realize that we need to serve everybody's benefit. And that helps us become larger. One aspect of Swamiji's in terms of success, in terms of wanting more and needing more, possessing more, is in fact this innate need to be more. So I think if I have a bigger house, I'll be bigger. If I have more cars, I'll expand with it.
If I have more employees, it means I am larger than. So there's an innate need for expansion in man. And if we can realize that in putting these principles into practice, if we keep expansion and that expanded view as the final goal, then whatever we do, of course, it's easy. It doesn't mean you can't be successful by being egoic. We've seen people be very successful by being egoic, but the problem is those people are actually not fulfilled. And that's the bottom line for us: success and fulfillment, as opposed to only success. And I think that would be something that Swamiji would highly kind of recommend all of us, both in the material or the spiritual realm, to keep, I think, uppermost in our minds.
On this really, really fulfilling thought, I'd like to thank the panelists, Shurjoji, Lata, and Nitendra. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to the entire team behind that's worked tirelessly to put together this entire event. Aditya-ji, Gaurav-ji, Blesi, and everybody who's worked behind the scenes, Ashish-ji. And I'd like to hand over back to yourself, Gaurav. Thank you once again. Jai Guru.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Aditya, will you? There. That's screen.
There we go. I wasn't unable to unmute myself. Well, thank you all, Lata, Shurjo, Nitendra, and Pranita, for that wonderful session. And really also speaking from your own personal experience, because these are very high truths that Yogananda and Swamiji shared, but then especially, let's say, with leadership, but then applying it. And that is something that you all have applied. So it's wonderful to hear what are the fruits of that application in our own lives. So thank you very much, all of you again, for sharing. We move to our next session for the day, friends, and this is with another two wonderful souls, wonderful friends also of mine. And we have with us now Barakiel and Shamini, and both of them are in Mumbai. They're based in Mumbai, and they help the Ananda Center there in very many ways. But they also, we have an online community for people, for truth seekers who, let's say, don't live anywhere close to a physical Ananda Center. We have a community online where they can find all this inspiration on a day-to-day basis. So both of them wonderfully take charge of that. And they also work a lot with our music. They are very gifted in music and also art. Shamini is an excellent artist, and I encourage you maybe to look up her art. It's a great, great joy to have you both. And they will be leading us in this session on chanting for opening the heart. So over to you both.
Thank you very much, Gaurav, and everyone. Such a joy to be sharing this time with you again. And we are just going to do two simple chants, and later on in the breakout rooms we'll have a more discussion base or a little time to go deeper into why these chants, why this music. And we're going to do two chants. One simple one is Sri Ram Jai Ram in a couple of different renditions and to open the heart. And then we'll do one of Yogananda's chants as well, which we will present at the time.
Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, Om Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram, 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 Sri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram.
We will now do one of Paramahansa Yogananda's chants called Thou Art My Life. And this is a chant. He took the word from Rabindranath Tagore and he put them into music, translated them into English. And it became this beautiful chant that is really wonderful to open the heart. If you don't know the words, they will be in the chat. And if you know the words, please do sing along with us. Now that we've been having so much food for the mind, it's very good to feed our hearts with some chanting. Thou art my life, thou art my love, thou art the sweetness which I do seek. Thou art my life, thou art my love, thou art the sweetness which I do seek. In the thought my mind uprod, in the thought my mind uprod, I taste thy name, so sweet, so sweet. Devotee knows how sweet you are, devotee knows how sweet you are. He knows whom you let know,
love. Thou art the sweetness which I do seek. Thou art my life, thou art my love. Thou art the sweetness which I do seek. In the thought by my love brought, in the thought by my love brought, I taste thy name. So sweet, so sweet. Devotee knows how sweet you are. Devotee knows how sweet you are. He knows whom you let know. He knows whom you let know. Thou art my life, thou art my love. Thou art the sweetness which I do seek. Thou art my life, thou art my love. Thou art the sweetness which I do seek. In the thought by my love brought, in the thought by my love brought, I taste thy name. So sweet, so sweet. Devotee knows how sweet you are. Devotee knows how sweet you are. He knows whom you let know. 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 In the thought by my love brought, in the thought by my love brought, I taste thy name. So sweet, so sweet. Devotee knows how sweet you are. Devotee knows how sweet you are. He knows whom you let know. He knows whom you let know. He knows whom you let know. Thou art my life, thou art my love. Thou art the sweetness which I do seek.
Thank you, friends, for that beautiful chanting. And I'd like us now, friends, to move into our next session, which is on the subject of scriptures. And for that, I'd like to welcome Tyagi Keshavaji from New Delhi and Nayaswami Devarshi, who will be coming in from Chandigarh. Welcome, Keshavaji. And to give a little introduction, friends, of our wonderful speakers, Keshavaji is a founding member of Ananda's first community in California. He served very close with Swami Kriyanandaji in the early years. And then for now, I think close to 16, maybe 17 years, he has been serving along with his wife, Daya, in New Delhi in the NCR region. They serve as spiritual directors of the New Delhi Center in Panchsheel Park. And Nayaswami Devarshi is the head of the men's monastery, which is in Chandigarh. And he also oversees the Kriya Sangha for Ananda Sangha India. And today they will both lead us in the understanding of how to approach a scripture. What are the scriptures of our path? What did Swami Kriyanandaji and Paramhans Yoganandaji say? What are the scriptures Yoganandaji brought for us? And how can we benefit from the study of the scriptures in our lives? So thank you very much both for coming, and I'd like to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Aditya.
Thank you, Aditya. Speaking of ancient history, also Devarshi and myself are ancient history. We've been very good friends for almost 50 years now. We've walked this spiritual path together all of this time, and it's a joy to be with him today. You know, we're going to speak very briefly on 6 books, and let's just look at them on the screen for a moment. And these 6 books are the essence of the Bhagavad Gita, the autobiography of a yogi, the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam, Revelations of Christ, Whispers from Eternity, and Demystifying Patanjali. Thank you for that slide. Now, why are these scriptures? Scripture in the sense that this is not a book that you're liable to read once and then give away or throw away or put on the shelf forever. It's something that you want to have with you, that you want to have by your bedside, on the shelf, where you can refer to it. It's a daily guide to living that you can refer to. All of these particular books have been written by Paramhansa Yogananda or have been edited and or written by his direct disciple, Swami Kriyananda. And these scriptures are something that give us ongoing inspiration spiritually, but also help with the problems, the questions that come up in daily life. We can pick up one of them when that question arises. We can call it a spiritual first aid kit, so to speak. And let's talk about the book, which is the modern book, which is the best known of all of these, or best known in modern times. And that is the autobiography of a yogi, a book that's been a catalyst in many of our lives. And I'll ask Devarshi to share a little bit about that.
Thank you, Keshavaji. This great book, Autobiography of a Yogi, we don't often think of it as a scripture, but over the years I have. I read it the first time in 1976, and I was especially drawn by this intense, deep love and yearning for God that Yoganandaji had and expressed, and his love for the Divine Mother, and he stole my heart with that devotion and yearning that he himself had. But over the years, I've developed more and more of an appreciation for the deep wisdom and the deep practical wisdom in that book. And that book has advice for every single aspect of life. And it's amazing how much is in there. I have a friend who says that every time they read that book, which is every year, Yogananda sneaks some new thing in there that he knows wasn't in there before, because he just didn't realize just how much is in that book. And it's easy to miss little things. I got a much deeper appreciation for this a few years ago when some of us monks created an autobiography of a yogi daily wisdom app. And each day, just a sound bite of wisdom and really extreme spiritual depth and revelation from that book is shared on your phone. And it's still available in the Google Play Store. Just look for Autobiography of a Yogi Daily app. And I'll just read one simple quote in there. And it just shows that that book is full of aphorisms and deep truth. And one of the daily quotes, it's a wise sage who met young Mukunda, the young boy Yogananda, who told him, "To a man who has realized himself as a soul, not the body or the ego, the rest of humanity assumes a strikingly similarity of aspect. To a man who has realized himself as a soul, not the body or the ego, the rest of humanity assumes a striking similarity of aspect." And this explains simply how do we achieve that state that the great saints and masters have achieved of seeing everybody as a divine soul, not as a personality. And the way to do that, as Yoganandaji shares here, is very simple. Realize ourself as a soul, not the body or the ego, and we start to see all of humanity as our brothers and sisters, all really children of the light, children of God. And so this is just one tiny little bit of wisdom in that book, but there are so many. This app has 366 of these, and it shows the wisdom and the depth of that book. It also shows how to get out of delusion and how to achieve the same understanding that Yoganandaji had, which is the chapter on Kriya Yoga in that book. That's what really grabbed me also. Yogananda described this love of God and this experience of divine bliss. And then he describes and talks about how to achieve that state. So truly, I think over the centuries, I believe Autobiography of a Yogi more and more will be seen as a truly, really great scripture. And now Keshavaji will talk about Swami Kriyanandaji's book, The Essence of the Bhagavad Gita.
Thank you, Devarshi. The autobiography has certainly been my daily companion for all of these years, and it is everything that you say it is. Let's touch now on a book that needs no introduction, the Bhagavad Gita. And the Gita itself is very small, very short. And we have this version available. It's the literal translation by Yogananda himself. And it's a very mystical translation spoken from a God-realized master. But now also with the Gita, perhaps because it's so short, it usually needs some interpretation, some commentaries for us to understand on a deeper level how to put those truths of Sri Krishna into action. And that brings us to the essence of the Bhagavad Gita. And now this seems more like a scripture, doesn't it? And even though it's a long book, it's extremely clear and extremely easy to read and very practical, because this was the approach that both Yoganandaji and Kriyanandaji took to their writing. It was at the end of Yoganandaji's life that he wrote his commentaries on the Gita, and Swami Kriyananda was with him and worked closely with them for some 2 months on reading over those manuscripts and helping Yoganandaji to edit them. And when Yoganandaji finished that book, he said, a new scripture has been born. Millions will find God through reading these commentaries. And he said, now I know why my guru wouldn't allow me to read the commentaries of other writers, because I had to tune in directly to the consciousness of Ved Vyasa. And only in that way could I write these commentaries. And interestingly, that incredible manuscript was never published in the form that Yoganandaji wrote it. And Swamiji himself never had access, again, to those manuscripts. It was only in 2005 that Swamiji was inspired to write something, and he wanted to give the same thoughts, the same concepts as his guru did. And through his memory, which was an incredible memory for his guru's words, he remembered what his guru wrote, and not every word, but the concepts. And his guru also inspired him in that moment, because as fast as Swamiji could type, the words came to him. That very large book took him most of the book took him less than 5 weeks to complete. And yet the writing was polished and very deep truths, and expressed in very clear and practical ways. And this is the beauty of this book. And so it certainly is a scripture for us to have handy and available. And let's move on. We're moving a little quickly to our next book. And Devarshi, could you tell us more on the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam? And why is it a scripture?
Yeah, this is a good question, because I think most of us who have heard of this book, before we heard about what Yoganandaji described it and how he wrote his commentaries on it, we thought it was a book of poetry and drunken love songs, really. and because it speaks of wine a lot and bread and such things. And Paramhansa Yogananda understood that Omar Khayyam was a Sufi mystic, and that these poems were his way of veiling divine truths in a very poetic form. And Swami Kriyanandaji, he said that the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam may justly be called the revelation of Omar Khayyam, because he was a God-realized soul expressing deep divine truths. Yoganandaji's commentaries, which Swami Kriyanandaji edited, which they needed a lot of editing, but his editing touch was, as a disciple, in tune and in a very refined way. And while editing the commentaries, Swamiji discovered that sometimes Yoganandaji's interpretation didn't seem to relate to the quatrain or the poem that Omar Khayyam had written. And he was a little puzzled by it, but he trusted his guru. And one time Swamiji was lecturing, and in this lecture he was talking about the Rubaiyat, and he shared some of the commentaries, and some man raised his hand and he asked the question, and he said that I don't see the connection between that poem and that commentary. There's no connection there. And how does this make sense? And very interestingly, a woman stood up in the audience. She raised her hand and she said, I'm from Iran. I understand Persian. I grew up with the original Persian language form of this book. And she said that particular quatrain was not translated really clearly, perhaps poetically, but not divinely. And she said something so fascinating. She said that Yoganandaji's commentary was directly relating to the original Persian of Omar Khayyam and not to the translation, the English translation itself. And this is something that true revelation in scripture comes from divine realization. And Swami Kriyananda wrote about Yoganandaji's interpretation and the commentary of Omar Khayyam. He said, Yogananda, who himself did not know Persian, was in perfect attunement with the consciousness of Omar Khayyam. It was as though the two of them, widely separated in time though they were, had been working consciously together. Master Yogananda, in other words, didn't really work from Edward Fitzgerald's translation. He worked with the poet himself. So I would really highly recommend reading these commentaries. Even the English translation is very poetic and very beautiful. Swami Kriyananda has written a melody that fits with all of the quatrains, and it's just very beautiful. These quatrains are sung as almost like a hymn or a mantra, and you can get a recording of it. It's one of the many resources Ananda Sangha has. So even if you've never really been drawn to Omar Khayyam and the scripture, I would highly recommend it. The poetry, the beauty, the grace, and ultimately the divine revelation in that book is very, very inspiring. And now Swami Keshavaji will talk about another revelation book, which is The Revelations of Christ, as written by Swami Kriyanandaji.
I know that perhaps all of us have perhaps a bad taste in our mouth concerning the misuse of Christ's teachings over the centuries. And this was certainly my experience growing up in a predominantly Christian country. And my mother was born in Northern Ireland. And at that time, there was a civil war in the country between the Protestants and the Catholics. And the absurdity of this just disgusted her so much that she vowed not to raise her children in any church, but to allow us to make our own decisions as adults. And growing up, I could hear the deep truth in the words of Christ, and yet it was in contrast with what many churches tell us. And who tell us that we have to renounce other religions, that we have to accept Christ and Christianity as the only way to find God, and we can't do it in any other way. And we find Christ himself saying words like, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. And what could he have meant by that? Because I knew that he was a world teacher. He couldn't be so narrow-minded as this. There's this huge gap of understanding with how the message of Christ is delivered to us and what he really meant. And it was only, for me, it was only through the teachings of Yogananda Ji and Swami Kriyananda that I understood the real teachings of Christ and what a mystical approach Christ took, that he spoke in parables that had deep inner meaning. And Yogananda himself said that his mission was to share with the world the original yoga of Sri Krishna and the original teachings of Christ, the way that Christ himself shared those teachings. And Babaji, Mahavatar Babaji, even commissioned Yogananda's guru to write in the same way, how these two great teachers, their teachings were really, in essence, the same. And Christ's teachings are very mystical, but they're also very practical. And this book helps us to unlock the key to those mysteries. And Devarshi will tell us now about our next book, about the demystifying Patanjali.
Thank you, Keshavaji. Before I get into that, I was raised also a Christian, and I never really was even drawn to those teachings or understood them until I started following Paramhansa Yogananda Ji and Swami Kriyananda. It was only then that I understood those teachings of Christ. In some ways, they demystified Christ for me and his teachings. And I'll talk now about demystifying Patanjali. Patanjali, as we all know, is a great sage of yoga. And it seems very often Swamiji, when he wrote this commentary and this interpretation of the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, he commented that many teachers of mystical, sacred scripture almost intentionally make their interpretations vague and hard to understand, almost as if to try to impress the reader with how profound they are, because if you can't understand what I'm saying, then I must be really profound and you must not be very smart. And one of the beautiful things that Swami Kriyanandaji, Paramhansa Yoganandaji did is that they brought clarity and simplicity into their understanding based on true divine experience. But they were able to bring all these teachings down into a very real way that almost, I think it's disarming in the simplicity and clarity. And people who are looking for the more vague, abstract, mind-blowing kinds of things, that these very practical teachings, sometimes they're not, it's a surprise for them. So demystifying Patanjali, I'll just share one little part, which is the very first or the second sutra aphorism, which is Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirod. Yoga is the neutralizing of the vrittis of feeling in the heart, the waves of feeling. And Swamiji brings this right down to earth. He writes in that book, he says that it's very important for us to understand that what binds us is these whirlpools of emotion, feeling, desire, attachment that are in our heart, that are in our astral inner spine, and that our job is to neutralize and not negate or get rid of these chitta vrittis, he calls them feeling vrittis, but to transmute them and transcend them And here's what he writes. The teaching of the Bhagavad Gita is that in the battle between our higher and lower natures, the negative emotions are not destroyed. They are only transformed into positive feelings, into love, enthusiasm for what is true, and a desire to share kindly with all. To conclude, God is Sat Chit Ananda, ever existing, ever conscious, ever new bliss. Divine love is bliss in motion, and Chitta is bliss watered down to the level of human feeling. The Chitta Vrittis are the countless little eddies formed by people's expectations of happiness in outwardness. Their desires and attachments are endless. As Yogananda put it, desires forever gratified, never satisfied. And this is a revelation. No one else expresses this divine truth so clearly and so understandably, that our job in life is not to kill our feelings and become cold-hearted people that just negate human feeling itself, but to offer that human feeling to the divine. And to me, this has been a revelation of my life, of just understanding that we start where we are with our humanity, with human feeling, and our process of growth is a simple growth of direction, going in the direction of offering this human feeling and turning it into divine feeling. And so our starting point is human feeling, human longing, disappointment, desire, grief, sorrow. And so when we can work with those chitta vrittis and offer them to God in devotion, in meditation, but also especially in kind-hearted giving to others, that's when we find that, as Swami Kriyanandaji writes, divine love is bliss in motion. That little sentence, meditate on that. Divine love is bliss in motion. Tune into that. You will understand that there is a very, very deep truth in that. And partly it is that when we experience the bliss, the joy of God, the true experience of Satchidananda in meditation, that when we come out of our meditation, we find that it naturally, that joy wants to give, it wants to share and find expression as love in motion. So this is one very simple truth, but very profound. Divine love is bliss in motion. So I would highly recommend for those who are interested in yoga and meditation, and especially in learning how to turn our human love into divine love, our chitta vrittis into Satchidananda, into divine bliss. This sacred scripture of Patanjali is demystified by Swami Kriyanandaji and made very real. So now Keshavaji will conclude with another beautiful scripture by Yoganandaji, his book of prayer poems, Whispers from Eternity.
Thank you, Devashi. You're speaking of the Rubaiyat, it just reminds me how all of us, our hearts want to be open to that divine love. We live in such an outwardly arid environment, and to be able to unfold that divine love is really what all of us want. And in that vein also, Whispers from Eternity is a book of divine love. It's a poetic book, but it just speaks directly to my heart, and it's never far away from me for that reason. And Yoganandaji called it a book of answered prayers. And it's poetic, and we expect poetry to inspire us, but very few such works can transform our lives like this one does. Yoganandaji said about it, there are 3 scriptures from which I draw my inspiration: the Bible, the Gita, and my whispers, which were given to me by God. He said, when you are no longer able to talk to me, read my whispers from eternity. Eternally, through them, I will talk to you. This is the promise that he's given us. Swami Kriyananda said, Yoganandaji took every conceivable situation which the seeker might find himself and showed him the best possible attitude with which to succeed spiritually. Whispers is a handbook par excellence for the spiritual seeker. And this book, there's no need to read it from cover to cover. One can pick it up at any page. And as Yoganandaji himself suggested, look at the page of contents and look for what your heart is seeking in that moment and go to that page. And it's something that to have by your bedside, to have by your meditation space, so that it's always there. You know, before your meditation, before you go to sleep at night, just to pick up and read one of these pages. And let me see. It's poetic, but not just poetry. It includes sacred demands to the infinite, prayers of devotion, chants and poems, invocations to great world teachers, how to see this world as a dream, prayer demands for devotion, illumination and bliss, wisdom, prosperity and balance, health, guidance and discipline, calmness, overcoming fears, divine love. And Yoganandaji, and even those who know this book, sometimes are not aware of his very specific instructions. And here are some hints that he gives us from the book. He said, select one of these prayer demands from the table of contents according to your needs. Then calm your mind, meditate on the meaning of the demand until it becomes a part of you. Then saturate that demand with devotion, mentally offering the demand as your heart's outburst. Imbue yourself in the faith that your heart's craving is being received by God. Be one with your heart's demand, and then go about your daily duties. Believe absolutely that you have been heard. You will know then that God is yours always. And I will end with those beautiful words, and we invite all of you to go deeper into these books that we've shared, and we wish you happy reading and happy spiritual realization to you all. Thank you so much for sharing with me, Devarshi.
Thank you, Keshavaji, and may these sacred scriptures bless each one of us and guide us home with their revelation.
Thank you so much, Keshavaji, Devarshi. This was really inspiring. And friends, as we have been doing with other classes, all the scriptures will be available. They are through a link for Kindle as well as print copies. There's a combo offer also. I want to also make an announcement, and this is from our online community. You can join our online community and join one of the book studies on the book Essence of Self-Realization. And also there is another book study that happens every other Friday. This is on Conversations with Yogananda, one of those books Swamiji wrote from his personal time with Yoganandaji and his notes he took at that time. So thank you very much once again, Keshavaji, Devarshiji, and taking this session forward. Friends, I would like to invite Brahmachari Gaurav to guide us further into the flow. Yeah, Gaurav, you're muted.
Yes, I am. I had to be given the rights to be unmuted. So that just came. Thank you. So thank you, friends. And next up, we have a beautiful experiential session, choral music, philosophy in song 2. And you can see on screen 4 wonderful souls joining us from Ananda, Mumbai, Tyagis, Shurjo and Narayani, and Barakiel and Shamni too. Over to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Gaurav and Aditya and everyone so far. We'll have 2 more pieces of music from Swami Kriyananda, as it was mentioned, philosophy in song once again. And we are going to start with a very, we can say, upbeat song, which is called The Secret of Laughter, which is also to say the secret of happiness, perhaps, or the secret of joy. And it has a very wonderful chorus, which is Luru Luru Lero, Luru Luru Lai, joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. So even if you don't know the song, it will be good if you can sing along at least that part with us, and you will see that that joy will come immediately. Did something happen?
The moment you said fly, there was a fly.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. We're having a wrong little fun.
Oh, thank you, Raju. So, Raju, what do you think? Likely the right.
Somebody has to be muted.
The secret of laughter.
Sorry, my bad.
Sorry.
Let me just get that again. All right, so there we go.
I do. We are already having a lot of fun.
The secret of laughter lies in the laughing, not in the search for joy. It's a swallow winging on the wing, it's innocence in a boy. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Joy in the singing, not in the song sung, welcome but never crave. If you think that laughter lies in things, to things you'll be but a slave. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Joy in the giving, not in the gaining. Grasp and you'll never sing. You could win the world and still be poor. Win peace and live like a king. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Sing when the sun shines, sing when the rain falls, sing when your road seems strange. In a tempest seize the lightning flash and ride the winds of change. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly. Luru luru lero, luru luru lie. Joy will come to anyone whose heart has learned to fly.
Now we'll do another song, which it has a very different mood to it, and we wanted to also give you that experience. So far, the songs that we have sung are more, you could say, to uplift our energy, obviously, but more Upbeat, yes. And more, they don't necessarily make you go in as much, more as kind of express joy in daily living. Whereas this next song, it will give you more that feeling of going within. And now Keshava also sang a few of such songs, and this is one more called Make Us Channels of Thy Peace, based in a prayer by Saint Francis of Assisi. First.
Lord Most High, our Heavenly Father, all our lives we dedicate to Thee. All our labors, all our joys and woes, all our pleasure, all our melody.
Make us each a channel of Thy peace. When in darkness, guide us from above. Where there's sorrow, may we sow Thy joy. Where there's hatred, may we share Thy love. Lord Most High, our Heavenly Father, all our lives we dedicate to Thee. All our labors, all our joys and woes, all our pleasure, all our melody. Make us each a channel of Thy peace. When in darkness, guide us from above. Where there's sorrow, may we sow Thy joy. Where there's hatred, may we share Thy love. We also invite you later on to join us for the breakout room where we will be talking more about music and the arts, and where you can also find some resources to get some of these songs and music and further your attunement with them. So over to you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barakiel, Shamini, Shurja Naryani, for the wonderful music you have sung for us all this morning. And thank you very much. And we will now be friends proceeding in a couple minutes. Let's take just a break. I urge you not to go away. And I say this as a break because I'll give a couple minutes for our speakers for the next forum of health and healing to come. In the meantime, I want to read, I'm seeing over here 7 books in the collective, the combo for health and healing. And I'll just show you the books, and then I just want to read a couple lines, Secrets of Health and Healing, from one of them. This is a beautiful book called the Paramahansa Yogananda's Scientific Healing Affirmations. And this is written by Yogananda ji and is now available in print for, it was written originally in 1924. So almost 100 years ago, but is again available for us to go through. And Yogananda ji goes in detail about how we can work with different ailments of body, mind, and help ourselves through affirmations. Swami Kriyananda ji has also written a beautiful book called Affirmations for Self-Healing. And I'll read one of the testimonials over here by one of his friends and internationally very well-known author, Louise Hay. She writes, Kriyananda is a born great teacher. His books are gentle masterpieces. And what this book has is 52 affirmations, one for every week of the year, which we could take. There's a little description on the topic, let's say calmness. Then he gives an affirmation to develop calmness and closes it with a prayer. And then, of course, there's an instruction of how to repeat these affirmations, when, how often, to help ourselves. And then on the healing side, we have two books, A Healer's Handbook based on Yogananda Ji's teachings, and also Divine Will Healing, which is what Paramhans Yogananda Ji used to call his healing techniques. And then there's a beautiful book called the Essential Flower Essences Handbook. I know this book as the one which talks about the flower essences which Paramhans Yogananda spoke about. He spoke of 20 fruits, through which we can, and vegetables, through which we can draw from the flower, we can draw the flower essences, and what are particularly the emotional and spiritual benefits, the qualities that are imbued by nature in these fruits and vegetables, and how we can draw those essences. Swami Kriyananda Ji described that, and this book goes in detail how to benefit from those essences. This is my favorite book on the subject of health, and this is a compilation of Yogananda Ji's writings on that subject of physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. He goes in detail with fasting, different kinds of fasting, sun exposure, proper posture, breathing, exercise, and then picks it up with the theme of affirmations and prayer and meditation. And so in this last 1 minute, I'd like to read from this book, Secrets of Health and Healing by Swami Kriyananda Ji. This has 31 secrets each on the subject of health and well-being, self-acceptance, emotional healing, and secrets of comfort and joy. So let's read one of Radiant Health and Well-being. This is day 11. The secret of radiant health and well-being is fresh air. Breathe consciously. With every breath, inhale vitality and courage. Exhale stale thoughts, discouragement, old habit patterns. Breathe in a deep sense of freedom. And let's read for day 10 also. The secret of radiant health and well-being is a positive, fearless attitude. If you affirm the highest good, you will attract it to you. And each of these is worth a meditation. And so for that, I would like to invite our panel of speakers now. Dr. Shikha, who is coming from New Delhi, Dr. Amar, who is coming now over here from Pune, and Ashish, who is originally from Gurgaon, but is helping us with this event very much and is based in Pune right now. Dr. Radhika is a radiologist. Amar is a physician with a degree in MD medicine and serves in a medical college in Pune. And Ashish is a trained yoga and meditation teacher for many years. And they'll be now sharing on these different themes of health and healing. Over to you, friends.
Thank you, Dr. Aditya. And it was a very good introduction and set the tone for the next half an hour or so. And when we talk about sharing on these fronts on health and healing, it's just so nice to have two doctors with me. That means I don't have to do much of talking and they can talk about these things. But in addition to being doctors, they're also budding yogis. They practice the yoga philosophy, the meditation, the spiritual aspect of life deeply. So without further ado, let me ask my first question to Dr. Radhika. And what Aditya was showing all the books and talking about them. And over the years, we've seen many of the self-help books, the healing books, and other things. What overall would you say, in your understanding and finding, are the essential differences between those books, which also work, which are also good, and these books that Aditya was just talking about?
Well, namaste, everybody. Well, I've read hundreds and hundreds of books in my life. And of course, that included some academic books of my medical career, then alternative medicine, science fiction, and so many others like everybody does. So now there's a particular format when we read medical books. It's like in the box pattern of understanding health, and that is, so and so patient has come with so and so problem. These are the signs and symptoms. So how will you make a diagnosis? What kind of investigations will you order? And once a diagnosis is made, then what kind of treatment plan will you give? So it's kind of in a box kind of a pattern. So when I started reading Yoganandaji's books, he just expanded my horizon. And that does not only mean my intellectual horizon in terms of knowledge, but also the techniques that he gives also opens the heart. So that also increases one's intuitive understanding of what is happening with ourselves and with others. Now, Yoganandaji's books are so amazing because they're so comprehensive. And they're very easy to understand. They will appeal to your common sense, and they work actually. This particular book, I've tried most of the things that are written in this book, and they all work. Now, for example, you talk of energization exercises, and in 15 minutes, Yoganandaji has told us about exercises that can just change you. For example, if on a particular day you're feeling lethargic, low, you're feeling moody, or you're having certain aches and pains in your body here and there, you just start with your energization, and in 15 minutes, you're a completely new person. You feel recharged for the rest of the day. So these actually work. And when I say comprehensive, it actually means it covers the entire lot of health and healing, from general healing to preventive healing, to how to cure certain diseases in various parts of the body, and a general increase in mental vitality, because we must understand that behind the bodily machine is the mind, and to enhance mental vitality will give us definitely good health. And going even beyond that, Yoganandaji goes a step ahead, and he teaches us the meditation techniques that can open us to the power of the Supreme Being, and then how to actually use that energy of healing and to transmit to others for healing. So I have not read anywhere in any other book these ways which you can come in tune with the higher power, and you can actually transmit those healing rays. So just amazing. I would recommend that you guys surely should read these books. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you, Dr. Radhika. And just the way you explain this, and we can see that in trying to not just read, but practice and follow what's in the book, trying to live those is what is making a difference. And Dr. Amar, I'll come over to you now. And just picking up from where Dr. Radhika mentioned about comprehensive, that's a comprehensive word. And what are in these books that makes it comprehensive? I'll just bring this to when I read these books, we thought being free of disease was good health, right? The body is healthy, I'm healthy. But Yoganandaji very specifically brings out 3 components of physical health, of psychological health, and of spiritual health. What are these things, and how does that make us healthy?
Yes, Ashish. So, in fact, he in this book, I remember he quoted at one place, that if you feel that you're not outside the hospital and you're just somehow getting your work done in your daily life, and you feel that you are healthy, but there are many dimensions to health. And then he says that being healthy is not just being out of the hospital, but it is something like, do you really, when you wake up and get up from the bed, do you really feel the enthusiasm to get back to work? Do you feel joy in your heart? And just to paraphrase a little bit, he said at one place that, do you feel like a bird shooting in the air? Or maybe like a child, who has that bubbling laughter and joy and keen enthusiasm in his eyes. So he was trying to show there that health and well-being has many dimensions to it. And, in our mundane day-to-day life, sometimes we feel that maybe I'm just as good as anybody else, or maybe as healthy as anybody else. But then he just picturized what is the true health. And as you asked, physical, mental, emotional, and then he clarified that maybe on the mental plane, if you are restless, if you are not able to have exercised, let's say, self-control, if you're not able to focus your mind, if you're not able to, let's say, get beyond the negative emotions of, let's say, fear, hatred, then also those are the things, which make us truly healthy. And then he gave a lot of techniques for that. Just to share a little bit, that focusing the mind, there are many concentration techniques he has described here. Hong Sau technique is one of those, and which helps to bring the mind to focus, to concentrate, and also emotional healing that can be brought about. Spiritual healing, as you mentioned, he said, if you have no sense of purpose in life, then probably you are just leading an animal existence. So one has to have a sense of purpose, a direction, and a service-oriented life, love for the truth. So yes, you are right that ultimately what we talk about these days is the holistic health and well-being, and he has he has truly, made it holistic by addressing all these issues.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Amar. That was wonderful. And just again to continue with these various nuggets of absolute gems, and what Aditya was talking about, just the thought, from this, the book, The Secrets, who would have thought that just breathing in that fresh air consciously gives rise to good health? And so coming to you, Dr. Radhika, if I may, with just these things that some of us are aware of, but maybe don't practice so consciously, that we live in a world that is just revolving around us in a myriad of ways, in different directions. It pulls us, pushes us. And in that, to stay focused, Dr. Amar mentioned concentration and the vibrations that come around us all the time that we're absorbing. Is it harmful, or can it also be used to heal ourselves?
That's a very excellent question, Ashish. The word vibratory healing, when we studied medicine, we did not read about this word. And even then, they were rediscovering various modes of healing. When I read vibrational healing from master's books, I actually went into to see how much medical research has been done into this. And actually, forms of healing, there are many papers now written on understanding how healing can be used done by using various frequencies. Now, these could be frequencies of light, frequencies of sound, frequencies of smell, means different fragrances, and so on. And all of that can actually cause healing. And to understand this, it is important that we understand that we are not just, mechanical bodies, as in just mere cellular structures. We should understand that the cellular structures are overlapped by energy fields. And it is the harmony of the energy fields which actually determines how the cellular structure is going to perform its function. So if we are an energy field, then if we introduce the right kind of vibration in the form of, as we said, light or a fragrance or a sound, which harmonizes the energy field of the body, that will determine eventually how the cells are going to function and how the intercellular water spaces are also going to behave. And that would mean in bringing in harmony into the entire organ, the entire organ system, and the whole body as a whole. And this really, really works. I generally play Swamiji's music in the background in my clinic when I'm seeing patients. And I've found that with that music, when people come in, they're kind of afraid, scared, and they're a bit jittery. But as they, kind of lie down, I start talking to them and this music is playing, there is a sense of calmness and restfulness that comes over them. And in that relaxed state, they are able to convey to me, and I'm able to understand them better. And, a more harmonious relationship happens, and that helps to kind of ease them, and they go out happy. And I also tell them that they can use certain musics and japa. Sometimes I just add on depending on the patient's receptivity. These things definitely work. Master said a simple, sincere, kind word or words of wisdom from the scripture, the name of the Lord, all of these are such positive vibrations. If they are introduced into our energy systems, then definitely we are going to achieve glowing health and vitality, and we are going to be healed. So yes, they do have a role. So please try and experiment with them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Radhika. And I think the way you explained with the energy field and the cells and even the spaces in between that are there, obviously, there's something that Yoganandaji very boldly declares about permanent healing. And I think that is something where probably his confidence comes from, knowing that the root causes start to disappear with vibratory healing, if I'm right. Isn't that so? Yes. And so, Dr. Amar, if I go back to you now with my next question, just staying with this in our current situation that has been going on around the world, that in the last year and a half or so, with the people are in lockdown, a lot of us have lost loved ones, there's stress, there's anxiety, there's worry. And when we think of a situation like this, we tend to get into a zone where the thoughts get negative, our energy falls low, we feel tired and we cranky. A lot of people have experienced that as something that maybe they're not really who they truly are, but they can't help themselves be like that. It's like the thoughts they think, and then the behavior comes forward and all of that. So is there anything you can do about our thoughts and sort of manage our life in that level?
Yeah, of course, Ashish. And when I read this book, Autobiography of a Yogi, for the first time, I came to know when Yogananda did mention that thoughts are not rooted individually, but these are rooted universally. He mentioned there, which means that somehow we feel, and scientifically also, this is the premise we adhere to, that thoughts are created in our brains, but thoughts are not created. Thoughts are only received from the cosmic source, and all kinds of qualities of thoughts, or let's say all shades of thoughts, are roaming in the ether, and depending on the quality and strength of our mind, we are receiving. It is something like a radio and or like a TV channel. I mean, you may be watching a horror movie, but if you don't like it, you have the ability to change the channel and you can switch on to some other good channel. And that ability has been given to human beings also. But at the same time, just to keep that analogy in mind, because you need to use the remote control, which should have working batteries in it to change the channel, which is to say that you should have some energy source by which you can change the channel in your mind. And if you have the life force, if you have the self-control, and if you have the energy, which you can develop gradually by practicing yoga techniques, and then you can certainly hone the skill, and you can develop the skill of changing the thoughts, the quality of thoughts. If you find that you are having negative thoughts and they are becoming recurrent, especially what I find these days, because there is as Dr. Radhika was saying, that vibrations affect us. So the vibration of the consciousness of the environment also right now is affecting us, because there is this, when we were going through this pandemic, we are still going through, and there was a lot of this fear consciousness everywhere. So those fear vibrations, insecurity, this was affecting all of us. And but those vibrations, even if they are affecting us, we still have a lot of control over our mind. And if we practice some of these techniques, we can change those recurrent thought currents which are flowing in our mind, and we can gently nudge them towards more positivity and make them more positive. And this has been now tested in neuroscience also, where they say that the frontal lobes of our brains, once they become more resilient, because the resilience comes from this part of the brain, and once we start engaging this part of the brain, then we have more ability to control over our thoughts. There are many stories. In fact, one of the stories which Swami Kriyananda often used to share was that he was in a very bad mood one time, and the more he was reasoning his mind, the more he was applying his logical thought into it, the more messier it was becoming, the more he was going down into it. And immediately he thought that, okay, let me now just raise my energy. And for just 5 minutes, he put his mind strongly at the point between the eyebrows. He concentrated. This is the seat of concentration, as Yogananda mentioned. And just in a matter of 5 minutes, he said, my quality of thoughts changed. So it is possible to change the quality of thoughts. And these techniques are wonderful. And as Dr. Radhika said, they are practical and they will bring results.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Amar. Listening to you, it almost feels like as if each thought has its own frequency and we can change the channels as we want to, if we know how to do it. Very good. Thank you so much. And Dr. Radhika, just coming to you now with the same concept of frequency and maybe things that are a little bit subtle. In these books, the How to Achieve Glowing Health and Vitality, or in the Divine Will Healing book also, Yoganandaji mentions about something we said we have to eat the sun and the oxygen and live out of that. And when you hear that, it's like, what are you talking about? But is there a way to do it? And how does it help our health overall?
Excellent question again. So we all know that the sun is the life of everything. All the food that we eat is created by the plants only in the presence of the sun. So what Yoganandaji said, that instead of deriving the energy of the sun through the food chain, why don't we directly take it from the sun? And he introduced an interesting way of healing, just called heliotropic method. And in this, he said that if we combine the energy of the sun rays with the life force or prana that is within our body, then once the combination happens, that portion can be used for healing various ailments and increase the general vitality. Now, for example, he gave heliotropic methods of healing for various ailments like anemia, nervousness, rheumatism, and for common ailments like headaches, common colds. For example, if we take the common headache that people have, he said, just go and sit in the sun for 10 minutes. Now use the tip of your fingers in circular motion. You kind of massage the scalp with closed eyes. If you imagine that the rays of the sun and the prana in your fingers is combining together, and like a healing solution, you are pouring it into your scalp, into your head and brain, then in 10 minutes, you will be surprised to know that you feel healed, you feel corrected in whatever problem there was. And similarly, for common cold, he said, just sit in the sun. If your chest and face should be facing the sun, if you open your mouth wide and you expose the sun to your nasal passages as well, and as you open this mouth and you gently kind of quiver the throat so that the mucous membranes inside vibrate. So again, you are combining the sun rays with the prana in the mucous membranes, and then when that combines, it adds to the energy, and both of them together can actually heal your sore throats and common colds. So this is just amazing. And even medical science already knows that sun is useful, not only because it helps us to produce vitamin D, but there's so many other things happening. Even nitric oxide is released when sun exposure happens. That helps to control the blood pressure. In fact, the circadian rhythm, our entire biological clock functions according to the sun. And all those countries in which there is less sun, we find that the incidence of moodiness and depression and all of that is much higher. So yes, sun is the life of everything. So let us go to our ancient wisdom and combine that with our current medical knowledge and use these methods of healing that are beautifully outlined in this book. So I invite you again to experiment, not just read and listen, but try it out on your own. Thank you, Ashish.
That was wonderful, Doctor. You almost make me want to stop now and go out and try something, and I'll get some good sun exposure. I feel I'm fit for this one. But yeah, again, we don't have to believe in any one of us. We just have to go out and try it, isn't it? That's something that's so beautiful about all these yoga sciences that we talk about. And Dr. Amar, just let's imagine a land where the sun doesn't shine as much, and it's a cold northern part in the winter as it's coming up. And then, as Dr. Radhika mentioned, that people get into a little bit of depression or lower moods and just sort of are not able to live as vitally as they would otherwise have. Would exercises help to change our thoughts and the way we perceive ourselves and have good health? And if so, what do you think in these books that are there, the best exercises that have been given?
Yes, Ashish, yeah, that's a beautiful thing, because to know, and on the whole, as Dr. Radhika was mentioning, we have different sources. We have a common source of energy, which is sustaining the universe, and sun is representing one of the instruments of the universe, which is sharing its light with everybody. But at the same time, when we have this energy in the cosmic source, Yogananda he actually invented a system of exercises about 100 years back, what he called energization exercises, a wonderful system which came, and there are just 39 exercises, can be finished in about 15 minutes time. And what he talked in those system of exercises is that by using our willpower, by just having tensing and relaxing the group of muscles, using our willpower, being present in those moments, we can imbibe enough energy or as much energy as we want. And this is again, as Dr. Radhika was mentioning, that although we still believe in medical science that food is the major source of energy, and but then we in yoga science we do talk that there are certain direct sources of energy too, sunlight being one, cosmic energy is the other. And so even if sunlight is not there, you still can bank upon this cosmic source of energy, use your willpower, and you can energize at will at any point of the day or at any point of the time, wherever on the planet you are, whether there is sun or not. And so ultimately what he talks about here is that these energy healings, when because everything works on the principle of life force, just like every appliance in our houses work on the power. So the more power we have and the more harmoniously it is distributed in our system, the less are the chances that we will be having any disease, whether it is in the body or in the mind.
Wonderful. I mean, it's just such a joy to listen to both of you speak in the way you are, so comfortably bringing yoga and the medical sciences together, your training as doctors, your experience as doctors over all these years, and your own personal experience of what you've gone through with what we're talking about here. It's just brilliant to hear. So, Dr. Radhika, there's something that we come across in these books that is not something we're used to. You know, when we're growing up, our moms usually, sometimes our dads, are after us. You eat your breakfast, then you have your lunch, and then you have your dinner. But just listening to you with the sun and oxygen and exercises and energy, this is again an intriguing thing that I thought I'll bring up to your notice, that Yoganandaji mentions that we don't probably need to eat 3 times. It's like it's a detrimental for health, maybe even a dangerous habit. Is that right? Why?
Absolutely, that's correct. And Yoganandaji said many people are led to their grave early because they cannot ignore the dinner bell. So they have to compulsively eat whenever the kind of breakfast, lunch, or dinner bell rings, they have to compulsively eat. And many are led to the grave because of that. Now let's understand this a little more. Yes, eating at regular intervals is a good habit because the cells of the body are kind of physiologically and psychologically prepared for those times to secrete more digestive juices and kind of enhance the absorption of food at that time. But it is a better habit not to eat if you're not hungry. So if you're not hungry, you should not eat. If you're little hungry, you should eat little. If you are moderately hungry, then have a normal meal, never overeat. So it is a good habit to miss your breakfast, lunch, or dinner if your body is not feeling up to it. You do not necessarily have to eat if it's the time to eat. Now, there is a lot of logic behind it and a lot of medical research behind it. From ancient times, since when we were children, we have heard that people keep fast on Ekadashi or Fridays or Mondays, once a week fast. All of these fasts have been traditionally present in our culture, and they have their own medical benefits. Now, think about yourself working through the week and then another week and then another week and without any break. Don't you get tired? You feel fatigued, you feel exhausted. Think about your body. If you're eating a meal, then you're engaging your digestive system. Once the digestive system is engaged, after that, the excessive carbon content has to be handled by the cardiovascular system. So the heart, the lungs, the blood vessels, the digestive system is engaged. And then poor things, when they want to rest a little, then you put another meal inside your body. So it's like a continuous engagement of the machinery of the body. It needs certain kind of rest. It needs time to rest so that it can repair itself. It's an auto repair mechanism, and so that it can rejuvenate itself. So fasting, especially intermittently, is excellent for health. And let me tell you, most people's aim in life is to have, fit and nicely looking body and a long life. And intermittent fasting promises to give both. How? Intermittent fasting can increase the level of growth hormone in your body, and that reduces the fat bulk and increases the muscle mass. On the other hand, it also reduces the oxidative stress, which increases your lifespan. So whatever, if you want to prolong your life and live a fit and healthy life, then do practice intermittent fasting. And various kinds of fasts, again, have been mentioned in this book. It could be just missing one meal. It could be modifying to partial foods or liquids for a day or half a day, or maybe going to the length of 9 days fasting under the guidance of a specialist. So just, again, try all these things with yourself. And this will not only help to improve your physical fitness, but since it is going to help you to improve your self-control and focus, this kind of gives you success in all fields of your life. So definitely fasting is good for health. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you, Dr. Radhika. Wonderful that answer was. And Dr. Amar, just a minute or so left, but I just thought I'll come back to you and also let everybody know that in 15 minutes when we have the breakout rooms, both our good doctors will be in a room talking about more of these things if you want to pursue. But we did touch upon the aspects of thoughts and how it affects us and how we can affect thoughts and capture them as we need to. But just briefly, if you could talk about what are the best techniques for making sure that our thoughts are the highest they can be at any given point of the day.
Yeah, so if the short answer can be that we need to be aware of our thoughts, and Swami always used to say that thoughts are things, and we have many great saints, including Buddha, also saying that you are what your thoughts are. So ultimately, the starting point is to be always aware of what the thought streams we are catering to, because Yogananda said that the thought is the blueprint. And in fact, the quantum physics also mentions that Max Planck and Einstein, all their lives, they were working on the matter. But just before they passed away, Max Planck wrote that although I worked on the matter, but I can say that matter does not exist. And what all exists is just a matrix of thoughts and energy. So now if a matter scientist is saying that 100 years ago, I think it is the high time that we realize that thought is the blueprint, which all the yogis are saying. And when we address that, because just behind the physical body, we have the energy, and energy is resting on the quality of our thoughts. And we can modify. If we are aware of the quality of thoughts, we have many books on this subject. Like one of the books I would like to talk, which Aditya also mentioned, Affirmations for Self-Healing, and Scientific Healing Affirmations is another book, where if we just allow our thoughts to be positive and we rotate those thoughts in our mind and we believe in those thoughts with heart, then we create a kind of magnetic field around us, which will not only heal us, because body is nothing but condensed thoughts, but also it will bring new opportunities. We can even change our destiny. We can change our circumstances by addressing and by making our thoughts positive. So we have wonderful books on this subject. Affirmations for Self-Healing and Scientific Healing Affirmations are these two books. And I think we need to just practice and bring them into our daily life.
Yes, and thank you. And we have this wonderful book which has so many testimonies, stories of how they actually work. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Radhika, Dr. Amar. It was a wonderful half an hour I spent with you, and I hope all of you there enjoyed yourself and got something useful. And now I'll hand us back over to our Dr. Aditya and Brahmachari Gaurav. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, friends, great souls. That was really enlightening. And I'd like to say to everybody who's observing and seeing this program that, Swami Kriyananda used to tell us that society is in a time of great need where these simple but life-changing truths need to be shared. He also used to tell us that in time, from every thought and book that has come through Yogananda ji, through himself, he said, you will see that departments will come. And it was his great wish. And I'm sharing this with you because if you feel these thoughts that were shared on health and healing by Dr. Radhika, Ashish, Dr. Amar, if you found them enlightening, perhaps gift this book to somebody. Stay in tune as we share and as we pick. I was thinking I was just picking and showing the books. In the coming months, we will go into book studies and we are beginning this exercise. So I can't wait to myself start going through these books, and I invite you on this journey, and we will have all our wonderful speakers that we've been having since morning join us for those ongoing studies. And I'd like to now hand it over to Brahmachari Gaurav for our next session, following which we will go into breakout rooms. Just a little thought over here also that you can invite your friends and family members and anyone. Even now, we will spread into 10 breakout rooms in the next 10 to 15 minutes, and each will be catered by teachers and devotees from our side who will help you with those specific subjects and can facilitate taking questions and helping you find the right book for yourself. Thank you. Over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you, Aditya. And I also saw, friends, that someone had a question in the previous session. They had raised their hand. So just in the next session, after 15 minutes, when we go into the breakout rooms, that's your opportunity to interact and ask your questions. So I'd like to now once again invite our friends from Ananda, Mumbai, Shurjo Narayani, Barakiel, and Shamini for a wonderful guided experiential session using affirmation, mantra, and chant.
Thank you, Gaurav. And yes, as he said, we are going to do these three things. We are going to start by chanting one of Swami Kriyananda's chants, I awake in thy light. So I awake in thy light, I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. Also, I awake in thy joy, I am awake in thy love, which this particular chant, as many of Yogananda and Swami Kriyananda's chants, they are also affirmations set to music, and they really help us in a way take the affirmation deeper. But we will also do a more traditional affirmation towards the end, and Shurjo Narayani will guide us through a mantra as well. So, but let's start with the chant. I
I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy joy. I awake in thy joy, I awake in thy joy. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy joy. I awake in thy joy, I awake in thy joy. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy joy. I awake in thy joy, I awake in thy joy. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy joy. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I awake in thy light, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light. I am joyful, I am free, I awake in thy light.
Let's take just a moment. As was mentioned, we're going to be doing these 3 different sadhanas, practices, experiences, and just see both the subtle differences, but also the uniting kind of power that flows through. First, we did this chant where the words and the music come together. And just saying it over and over again, at the end of it, there's joy in our hearts. We just feel lighter. Now we're going to go into this mantra, which needs no introduction. It's the Gayatri mantra. It's been one of the most powerful vibrational mediums for centuries, really. And as Dr. Amar, Dr. Radhika were talking about the healing power of sound, healing power of vibration, mantras play such a kind of crucial role in that process. And the Gayatri mantra is being, you can say, directed, is being offered to the sun, to that which illuminates, to light itself, but in that sense, it is being offered to the source of all life, which for us represented by the sun. That light may come to us, that we may be able to receive it, and that light may transform us, eventually bringing about enlightenment, that light do something, that it's not just that we take it, but that light transforms us in the process. So let's do this. We're going to chant 12 times the Gayatri Mantra, just to give a little moment of an experience, and we'll chant it with Swami Kriyananda's voice. Just helpful to have a saint who has experienced the power of these mantras fully in their lives to chant it along with them and try to vibrationally attune to their pronunciation, the cadence with which they say them, and just, of course, the bhav with which they recite these sacred words.
तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् स्वाहा ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वाहा ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् स्वाहा ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वाहा ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात् स्वाहा ॐ तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो नः प्रचोदयात्
Take just a moment and feel the two versions of this mantra available in Swamiji's voice. One's a little faster, but this one, you can see after each repetition, he allows for the vibration of the mantra to take effect. Doesn't hurry it. It's not about chanting it multiple times, 108 times. It is each time I chant it. How deep in my consciousness can this mantra go? Let's take this mantra now into an affirmation and then close this section.
So staying inward, you can keep your eyes closed, stay in a meditative state. We'll do an affirmation from Swamiji's book, which they showed us just now in the health section, Affirmations for Self-Healing. And we just picked one at random. Today we're going to do one on generosity. And the way that Yoganandaji tells us to do the affirmations, he tells us to start out loud first, commanding the attention of our conscious mind. And then a little softer, taking it deeper within in a whisper to the subconscious. And finally, silently, we take it up to the superconscious mind, commanding the attention of the superconscious. And that's how we would like it to become a deeper part of us, where the change can actually take place and it becomes a part of who we are. So let's try this today with this affirmation, and we invite you to say it out loud with us first. I am happy in the good fortune of all.
I am happy in the good fortune of all,
Even more than in my own.
even more than in my own.
For in my happiness for them,
For in my happiness for them
lies inner freedom.
lies inner freedom.
I am happy in the good fortune of all.
I am happy in the good fortune of all,
Even more than in my own.
even more than in my own.
For in my happiness for them,
For in my happiness for them
lies inner freedom.
lies inner freedom.
In a regular voice now. I am happy in the good fortune of all.
I am happy in the good fortune of all,
Even more than in my own.
even more than in my own.
For in my happiness for them,
For in my happiness for them
lies inner freedom.
lies inner freedom.
I am happy in the good fortune of all.
I am happy in the good fortune of all,
Even more than in my own.
even more than in my own.
For in my happiness for them,
For in my happiness for them
lies inner freedom.
lies inner freedom.
Softer now. I am happy in the good fortune of all.
Good fortune for all,
Even more than in my own.
even more than in my own.
For in my happiness for them,
For in my happiness for them
lies inner freedom.
lies inner freedom.
Now in a whisper, take it deeper within. I am happy in the good fortune of all. Even more than in my own. For in my happiness for them lies inner freedom. I am happy in the good fortune of all. Even more than in my own. For in my happiness for them lies inner freedom. And now silently, let it become a deep part of you. I am happy in the good fortune of all, even more than in my own. For in my happiness for them lies inner freedom. Now silently again, take it up to the super consciousness. Gaze up at the point between the eyebrows, commanding the super conscious mind. I am happy in the good fortune of all, even more than in my own. For in my happiness for them lies inner freedom. I am happy in the good fortune of all, even more than in my own. For in my happiness for them lies inner freedom. Just take a moment, allow this beautiful affirmation to soak into every cell of your body. As the doctors were sharing, thoughts are things. And using the power of affirmation, the power of chant, the power of mantra, we begin to change our thought patterns. We begin to attract thoughts of higher consciousness. And just feel for a moment the effect of these practices. Feel the heart relaxed, open, your gaze uplifted. And feel yourself recharged. In this very brief practice, yet very deep experience. Om. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you, all of you. That was a beautiful, very calming experience. Thank you for guiding us in that. So with that, friends, we now come to our interactive breakout rooms. And this is where we now have an opportunity. We will have 10 breakout rooms. And in a moment, I will share how we can access those rooms if we don't know how to. But we will do this for the next half an hour. So till 2:45, the breakout rooms will be open. And if you're joining on your phone, then if you tap your screen, you will see 4 squares. And if you click on those, you will see the option to join any of the various breakout rooms that are listed over there. And likewise, if you're on your computer, on a laptop, then down below at the bottom again on the right, you will see those 4 squares. And there again, you can find the option to join any of them. So this is the time to have fun. We've shared a lot with all of you throughout the day, but now this is our opportunity. You will find many of us on different tables, and I will just share what the different booths are, what the different breakout rooms are. And so this is the opportunity to share more, but also informally for us to chat. If you have any questions, we'd love to have the opportunity to answer them and just share with you. So these are on your screen. You will see some of the rooms: health and healing, parenting and education, spirituality in daily life, Ananda Yoga, scriptures, leadership and success, autobiography of a yogi, music and the arts, Kriya Yoga meditation, and treasures along the path. Maybe you've heard of some of these today, others perhaps you haven't, and maybe we've aroused your curiosity. So we invite you now to join us in any of these rooms. Also, if you like, even at this point, to invite any of your friends, just share the link with them and invite them to join any of the rooms that you are in. And you can also go from one room to the other in the next half an hour. In this, if you're joining on YouTube, then what you will see live will be the breakout room of parenting and education. So that'll be what will remain on the main screen. And if you would like to join any of the other breakout rooms that we just shared, then just please join via Zoom, and then you should be able to join any of the other rooms. But if you're on your computer, if you're on joining from Zoom, then you have the option to select any of the rooms. So with that, friends, just invite you now to join any of the breakout rooms. And again, if you have difficulty in joining any of the rooms, we are again going to be posting a phone number for you to call in case you need assistance. So we will see you at 2:45 for the closing of this wonderful event. Have fun.
So Aryavan, Prisha, Niyati, you can use this mail room.
I will use it then. Thank you, Tushar. Welcome, everyone. Let me check. I don't see the yellow box, but I think I'm audible. It's very wonderful to be here with you all today, and we're very, very happy to be the default room. So those of you on YouTube, you're of course welcome to stay with us, and anyone else who's interested in parenting and or education. One of the nice things about this subject is that we are all at all times in the midst of either being educated or, as Yoganandaji would sometimes say, entertained. So hopefully you've been both educated and entertained during the sessions so far, and we hope to continue in that rich tradition. I'll just briefly introduce our section, and then I'm going to pass the baton on to many of my wonderful co-hosts. But the whole subject of this class today, of this whole session, these series, it's a spiritual book fair. So all of the books, all of the music, all of these things have to do with spirituality. And what we're going to share today is based on Education for Life, amongst other books, but this is the core foundational book, and you'll be hearing many of the people sharing today speak about this book. It's written by Swami Kriyananda, and in it, he lays out an argument. I mean, it's really more of a position, but you can say in the classical sense, it is an advocacy for the idea that meaning belongs in education, that meaning belongs in parenting, in the family, in the home. And that our lives, as Nayaswami Jayaji was saying, we are beset by our environment sometimes with the idea of nihilism, of the idea that all of this has no inherent meaning, that through the advances of science, the advances of philosophy, that we have somehow disproved the need for any universal meaning, and that meaning then therefore becomes subjective, it becomes individual. And through Education for Life and others of the books that we'll share today, Swami Kriyananda and our other authors lay out a very interesting, to say the least, revolutionary is probably a better word, vision for what those things can really mean, what it really means to be educated, what it means to be a person who lives a successful life. Because at the end of the day, what else is education but the quest to prepare our children for the challenges of life? And those lives will take many, many forms of challenges. Some are academic, but many are interpersonal. They have to do with relationships and leadership and courage and all of the dramas and the ups and downs that come with being a person, being a human being on this planet. So what we're going to share today are a few of the different approaches, a few different major themes that pop up in Education for Life. And then we'll have time at the end for you to ask questions, something that we said that jogged an interest, a question you have about one of the books, or something else that you had, maybe a challenge that you've met in your own parenting or teaching. So this is meant to be a very open session. We're really looking forward to interacting with you, to hearing your questions, your burning, the unanswered questions of your heart. And yeah, so without further ado, I believe there's a slide to share that shares a little bit about where we'll be, the different aspects that we'll be looking at today. And these are some of the foundational aspects of Education for Life, which includes, of course, as I was saying, how to provide a good foundation and values for your children. What does it mean to provide values? Can you just tell a child what the values are, or is there something deeper there? Then, of course, a major watchword of the day is concentration and focus. Our children are being required to focus and concentrate on their studies and different things in a way that probably previous generations didn't have to experience. And so we have a unique approach to that we'll talk about. Of course, then there's the balance between wanting friendship with your children and having those firm expectations. And this is a very challenging one. I think you've seen probably in popular culture, at least, there's a very wide spectrum here. And from way on one end where it's total anarchy, from the other end where it's complete autocracy. So we'll explore how to find a balance there. And then, of course, freedom. This is one of the key topics that we talk about. How do you empower your child to be able to live successfully in their lives after they leave the home? And it's part of that is by giving them freedom, but not just any kind of freedom. A sort of, we'll talk actually about what that is later on. And then, of course, all of this is, of course, the Education for Life schools. So we have our own system of schools, and we'll share more about that, what that looks like internationally, and maybe more specifically what it looks like here in India. So there's a lot to discover, a lot to talk about. Without further ado, I'd like to invite Gayatri to come and share about values and about Education for Life.
Hi, everybody. Thank you, Aryavan. Gayatri, co-director, Education for Life India. So happy to be here with you all, sharing our precious gifts on education. To begin with, Gayatri is going to focus on the Education for Life by Swami Kriyananda, a precious gift to the humanity. This book has been my companion since 2005, when an assignment for me came from USA, a research project on early childhood education. And this book was gifted to me. And since then, it has been my companion. And I want to bring your focus on this universal, scientific, yogic principles, how meaningfully Swami Kriyananda has written in a very experiential, experimenting way. So any adult on the planet can investigate, experiment, and find out what these scientific principle means and how one can apply these principles. For me, especially when I found this book and I started reading again and again and again, and been a true inspiration for me. And my research, when I was doing my research, this book which has really deepened my understanding what education is, what is the true essence of education, and how it can be applied in our everyday life. And of course, Swamiji is focusing on for the schools, education and educators. But I found personally, when I understood how these principles function and how easy they are to be observed in our everyday lives, it became for me a lifelong aha moment, which I continue to share with everyone. So to draw the focus on this book, I'm going to share a definition by Swami Kriyananda, which focuses on the journey to maturity, which he says, the ability to relate appropriately to other realities besides one's own. Wow, such a profound definition when I read in this book. Again and again, I wanted to find out what is the journey on the road to maturity looks like, what it is, what is my strong behavior and attitudes and likes and dislikes and prejudices, why they come on my way and interfere with my meditations. I'm a very good meditator. So I used to wonder why this happened to me. And this book, when I started focusing on the self-education, on self, how I can be a balanced person, this has been my true companion. So focusing on the journey, on the road to the maturity. And when we come to parenting, when it comes to parenting, we have got wonderful tools and practices which we can experiment and see how it can be inculcated or it can be cultivated with all the adults around and the parents for our young ones. And along with this book, I also want to bring a focus on the book by director Nitai, For Goodness Sake, which has got, again, many practical ways of application of these principles, how we can apply them, and step by step with lots of patience, and our children can be helped to inculcate spiritual values. And my another favorite, I just want to mention a few words on calm and compassionate children, on which I have facilitated many webinars, many workshops, and I find it amazingly meaningful for parents to start with small rituals on everyday life, which has really been very, very meaningful. So thank you, friends, for your listening and for being here with us to share these treasures by Ananda Education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. I'm very excited to introduce now Niyati to share on the more specific topic of sharing concentration with children and how to grow concentration in ourselves and with our children. So Niyati, over to you.
Thank you, Aryavan, and thank you, Gayatri. Both of you really set the tone for this particular question. First, we need to change ourselves, as Gayatri just mentioned, with the books that we have, Education for Life, and post that, how can we have that transferred into our children? But first and foremost, the burning question that many of the parents, the teachers have is like how to help children to focus and concentrate despite of all the distractions that they are going through at the moment. And I just have something to share with all of us. So first and foremost, what is concentration? We are talking about, I want my kid to concentrate on this. Are you concentrating? You're not concentrating. But what is all about concentration that we are talking? And Swami Kriyananda explained it very well, saying that concentration means being able to free our mind from all the objects of distraction, which includes the thoughts and emotions. And then we direct our mind towards a single object, whether a single state of awareness that can be, or we are going to direct that particular free mind to a simple single goal that is being placed. Well, it sounds so simple, right? To just free our mind from all the distractions. But let me tell you that once we start doing this, it is certainly a simple way to follow with all the tools that we have in Education for Life. Now, just to think about, free your mind. We as adults also, we are going through so many things throughout the day, and honestly, the mind is just not free. What kind of distractions are we talking about? We are talking about the inner distractions as well as the outer distractions that we have. Now imagine if we, being an adult, we are not able to cope up, or rather we are not able to transform all these kinds of distractions that we are talking about. What about a child? Will the child be able to concentrate with all these things that he or she is going through? That's the main burning question, and that's how Education for Life is going to help all of us with the tools that we have to transform our children and to help them face these distractions rather more joyfully. Okay, so talking about inner distractions, very quickly what came to my mind is, of course, fear, anger. Children go through many of rejections, which perhaps we are not even aware of. How many times in a day we say no? The moment we say no, there is a ripple creating in child's mind, and that kind of rejection is something which they are constantly going through. It may be from parent, it may be from teacher, from friends, and sometimes self-rejections also come into picture. And then the failures and all kind of disappointments that they go through is making their inner environment. And this inner environment somehow is helping them to react every point in time to their outer environment. And somehow there is a big gap between the inner environment and the outer environment that we are talking about. What kind of outer distractions then they face is the environment in the house, the disharmony in the relationships, for example, in the house they see, the neighborhood, what kind of a neighborhood they are into. All these things then create their outer environment, or rather distractions. And in all this process, that soul is trying to find, how am I supposed to concentrate? Tell me how. And here is the point that the first thing is to understand whether our child is, what kind of inner conflicts or distraction the child is going through. Once we know that, we can try, our best to help our children to awaken that willpower and transform that particular inner destruction by the values Gayatri was mentioning about. And we'll see more such values in the book called I Came From Joy. And once we are aware of that, we can set a beautiful timetable, or we can work with the children with the entire flow, you know, how to set a healthy, uplifting challenges, because children, they love challenges. All of us must have experienced this. Any kind of challenge we are giving to a child, he or she is just up to take that particular challenge. So a healthy, uplifting challenge, encouraging our children to set small, achievable goals to begin with, because that is going to help the child to kind of expand the willpower for the bigger goals in life that we are talking about. Centering and quiet time. So for adults, it is more like a meditation that we are talking about, but children, it's like a quiet time and helping them going in that center of theirs. We also have Ananda Yoga, which helps to be calm, composed, and it actually boosts the confidence of a child, you know, because this is going to again help the inner environment or the inner distractions that we are talking about, replacing them with more uplifting values, or the more uplifting qualities like kindness, happiness, joyful, all that things which are there in the book. And of course, affirmations. Just before this session, we saw an affirmation. We all spoke together about generosity, and Paramahansa Yogananda has beautifully explained that how are we supposed to kind of affirm the words to take it to the superconscious mind. And you know, by doing that, that's going to be our mantra all the time. We need not even talk about it. We will start living that particular affirmation. So that's the power of affirmations. And the most important is the life skill cards that Education for Life has. You know, it's a perfect flow where to begin with. It has, it starts with yoga poses. It starts with, how we tackle the energy, how we give the challenges, how we make children to focus, how we are going to make them write the affirmation, and towards the end, how they are reflecting after doing all these activity, and what are their feedbacks, how do they feel about what they have already done. So with all these tools, of course, Gayatri mentioned and Aryavan mentioned about Education for Life and Calm and Compassion Children that Gayatri mentioned, but we have two important books which can help parents, teachers to work with the inner distractions of the child and kind of substitute them into a more positive outlook, more happy outlook. So one book is this, which you see right here, I Came From Joy. The author is Lorna, and Lorna has kind of taken around 26 different qualities in the book: concentration, willpower, happiness, you know, determination. All those values are being taken, and based on those values, she has mentioned the activities, how to set the challenge for that particular quality that we want to incorporate. If we want to have some kind of music, stories, again, this book also enhances the creativity in the children. It encourages them to be more creative in their approach. So that's there, and every quality has one affirmation attached to it. So all the parents and all the teachers, all the adults, it's just not for children, but for all of us, we must try this book. And today we have 10% discount running on all the books. So don't miss out that chance. So I Came From Joy. And secondly, I was talking about Ananda Yoga. So Arati is from Ananda Assisi, and she is the one who has gathered all the asanas, and every asana has an affirmation to it, and it works with the internal body part. So this book has been kind of very beautifully designed by Arati, and she has also given us these cards. You can see each and every pose is being mentioned here with an affirmation written below. So this cards and the book comes together, and of course we have that today on sale as well. And you can see, I was talking about the life skill cards. This is what is the life skill card. So it has, as I said, it's just everything, how to go about it. And most important, the child himself or herself can track the success. What did he or she did throughout the week, and perhaps reflect that where is she or he going towards that particular skill that they are trying to work on. So yeah, this is it from my end, and I would like Prisha to kind of share more on our other books. Thank you.
Okay, so my topic is about the balance between the guy on the left and the parents on the right. You can kind of get an idea what's going on here. Do you, if any of you are parents, feel that you belong kind of over here, that you're very firm in your approach to behavior, and maybe you're a disciplinarian? Soon I'm going to mention that discipline does not mean what we often think, like you idiot, you bad boy, etc. And then we have these cowering parents over here like, oh, you broke a class. Well, that's a nice learning experience. Too bad for us. I guess we all, whether we're parents or not, would identify sometimes with one or the other. But what we find in Education for Life, Swamiji first talked about the fact that sometimes people, and I think today we have seen more, I think if you and I went back 100 years, we would not find too many parents cowering because the child has done something bad. If anything, we might find the reverse, like, you're going to get whipped. That is not a good thing. But at least the parents taking that approach do have very firm ideas about what to expect. But you see, what Swami is saying, to many parents or adults, they're more concerned with being loved than with loving. If they really love, they would give the child what they really need. And that is discipline understood as guidelines. And we all need guidelines, not just those of us on a spiritual path. You can think of sheep. Maybe some people might feel like, nah, we don't want to be sheep. But the whole idea there is that sheep kind of wander around. And if they don't have a fence, then they might go off and a wolf will get them. So that's not so great, that kind of freedom. Now, let me move on here to another book. This book we do not sell at the moment through Ananda Publications, but it is available on Amazon. And in just a moment, I'm going to show you a resource that you can have. We'll send it to you if you sign up. That tells you exactly where on Amazon or Ananda Publications to go and get that particular resource. And because time is now beginning to be a challenge for us, I'm not going to go into everything I might say here. Just notice here, Usha Dermond, a very senior level teacher and trainer of teachers, says, it is up to, or rather it helps to remind yourself that your children's future is not solely up to you. And that's especially for parents who just don't quite know how to make a balance. You know, when you think about it, a balance is simply a yogic thing. It's simply applied into parenting or for teaching. Now, the book that Gayatri spoke about not long ago, for goodness sake, by Nitai Duranja, who was, and I guess Nayati too, who was one of the principles of getting EFL to come about. And he was, no pun intended, but he was the principal of the first school. A story in itself. It was in a chicken coop, and it has now spread all over the world. Not like hugely, but it's in different places in America and Italy and India. I think Soumya will pick up on that. And he is saying, that even a good adult-child relationship sometimes requires occasional discipline. But look down here, skip down here. This is the idea of what discipline is. It's just training. If we're going to be a good football or cricket player, then we're going to need training. And those who are in the sport, they so often when they're up on the stand getting their medal, they thank their coaches for all the hard work that they had to go through. It's training to produce a specified character or pattern of behavior, especially that which is expected to produce moral or mental improvement. So I'm going to stop there, but what I would like to do, Aryavan, let me do this now because I think at the end we're going to be really crunched. Let me share very briefly with you this resource that shows you the different books that we have. And these are, as you can see, divided up book by book. There's a little description. You can see how to get it through Ananda Publications or on Amazon. Here are two that we are not talking about today. Here are the life skill action charts. Very, very important in inculcating values. Fostering them might be a better word. Here are these two that we've just been speaking about.
For sure, we don't see anything.
Oh, you don't?
Or I don't. I think we don't.
I'm sorry.
No, we don't.
Okay, now
there we go.
Oh gosh. And we have so few minutes. Okay, then let me just quick give you a visual idea of what's here. Each book has the cover, the title, a little description about it, whether it's available through Ananda Publications or not, and if so, how. Also, if it's available on Amazon. So going down here, the life skill action charts, very important resources for parents. This next one is helpful, but we'll skip it. These two critical for parents. These two, well, especially it came from Joy. Anybody in a Sunday school program, you want this. Ananda Yoga, we'll skip this one for now. Some music, skip a little bit. And then we have also a number of other resources in, you could call them cousin programs like Sharing Nature and The Conscious Families. So we'll stop there. And I think that we're probably going to get pulled into the main session shortly. We won't be able to continue. We've been told that is this afternoon. But again, if you would like to continue with us, please give us your contact. And we will be having a EFL overview course starting in January 7th. So you might want to make note of that. Okay, over to you, Aryavan.
Thank you so much. We have only a few more minutes, and as Prisha mentioned, we may be interrupted, but I'd like to throw it just briefly to Soumya to talk about the EFL schools that we have going in the world, and especially, of course, here in India until our time is up.
Thank you, Aryavan. Thank you, Prisha, and everyone who shared about all the books. We just saw what each book contains, just a brief about what each book is containing. And I'm here to talk about schools. We are here. Of course, this is a spiritual book fair, but I'm talking about these books. Each one of them is what we are applying in all the schools across the world. It's in US, Europe, and now we are bringing it to India. And how are we are starting is that, as we saw, that most of the books are talking about, as Niyati said, we have to start from us. So most of the books are giving us idea, for example, calm and compassionate, children and goodness sake. They are talking about the fact that how do we start with ourselves and also apply those principles and tools and values with children. So I think that's what I would like to say. And I would like to also give it to Aryavan to hear something about teens. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soumya. And of course, also Prisha and Niyati and Gayatri and everyone who shared. We are probably at the end of our time. I see that the breakout rooms are, oh no, they're still in progress. So with the remaining time, I'll just say a few words about this idea of freedom, because this is one of the great challenges in raising a child, not to mention in teaching, is you have a classroom of 30, 40, 50 children. It may feel like you can't really give them a lot of freedom or flexibility because you're trying to move the ship in one direction. And if you just let them do whatever they want to do, it's going to be chaos. And of course, the main challenge of that is we're here to learn, and you don't learn all of that much in chaos. Now we could take that same thing and apply it also to the home. If your child, and this is something that Prisha addressed in terms of discipline, if you give them absolutely all the freedom in the world, they're not yet self-directed enough in many cases, depending on the age, to be able to make proper choices. They need to be given some kind of training. So how do we, in that sense, especially as they get older, understand the appropriate amount of freedom to give? And at the end of the day, we have to remember the core of spiritual education is remembering that this child is a spirit, is a soul, is an individual, and that our job as teachers and our job as parents is not so much to give them the things that we think that they'll need, but basically to say, what is this child trying to become? What is their highest potential? And so this is all we have time for at this moment, but every time you step into the classroom, you step into your child's room and you're going to try to help them to grow, just try to keep that thought in mind. What is this child requiring in this moment to take the next step on their journey towards who they want to become? Sometimes that will align with our personal desires for them, but sometimes it won't. And the more that we're able to be self-honest about the true answer to that question, the more effective we'll be in helping them to grow into who they really want to become. So with that, I will give it back to the organizers and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Aryavan. And friends, let's take a moment to bring this wonderful day of discussions, interactions, listening to those wonderful discourses and inspiration to a close. I invite you to join me in a closing healing prayer. And then Brahmachari Gaurav will share some final announcements with us, primarily about how we can share this message for the remainder of the day, actually till tomorrow morning, with others who may want to purchase books, who may want to know more, who may want to come to the store, which will still be staying online and open after this program. So let's take a moment to sit up straight. Let's close our eyes. And let's bring into our minds the great masters, saints, and sages, the gurus, especially the line of gurus of our path. Let us mentally visualize them one by one: Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Sri Lahari Mahashai, Swami Shri Yukteswar Ji, Paramhans Yogananda Ji, and our dear friend and guide, Swamiji. Let's see his books and music as an expression of deep love for God and gurus, but also as an expression of his love for us, for the gift he has given us. Let us inwardly thank them all, and let's offer this prayer together, that this light of wisdom may continue to shine brightly and reach out to many, many others. And may we be blessed as we serve as instruments. Let's pray together. Divine Mother, great masters, Jesus Christ, Babaji Krishna, Sri Lahari Mahashai, Swami Shri Yukteswar Ji, beloved Guru Paramhansa Yogananda Ji. We thank you for your presence in our lives, your grace and blessings, and your teachings. Help us serve as instruments to take this message out through your books, through our sharing with one and all. Let's rub our hands together. Send this prayer out into the world. Om Shanti. Thank you, friends. I'll hand it to you now, Gaurav.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you very much. And thank you all of you who are still here with us, either on Zoom or on YouTube. And just a few final closing announcements. The first one is that even after we end, our book lounge and the help desk will continue to be open. And so again, like a breakout room, if you go there, you will find the book lounge and people there to help you if you're still interested in knowing more about any of the books or buying them. And also we have the discounts like Dr. Aditya mentioned till tomorrow. So you can, of course, either get it here or by visiting anandapublications.com. Secondly, we also have, you will see a corporate desk in the breakout room section. And this is basically for any one of you who may want any of these teachings that we spoke about, that we shared, to be shared, maybe either at a company you work at or some place where you feel people would be receptive and might benefit from these, because we do share these teachings across various cities in India in the corporates. So if that is of interest to you, please let us know, and we'd be happy to see how we can help and serve in that way. If you have further questions, which very well you may have, on any of the interesting talks that were delivered today or the themes that were shared in the various breakout rooms, please, we'd love to get in touch with you, know more about you. So please drop us either an email or just, contact us on any of the numbers that we have given, or you can always visit any of the Ananda city centers. We have many across India, and you can find the information on anandaindia.org, and you can see a list of all the locations that we have throughout India. So those are a few announcements towards the end. Just give me one moment. Let me check if there's anything else. I think that is it. Finally, just thank you everyone for coming together, just adding your beautiful energy to this event. Thank you especially to all our volunteers in Pune and in Mumbai who helped bring this event together on so many levels. And really, like Nayaswami Jaya said in the morning, there's a lot that goes on in the background to put an event up like this. So congratulations and thank you for this opportunity to bring all of us together and to have this very uplifting day today with all of you. So thank you once again, dear friends, and I hope we can all stay in touch in the various ways, either through the books or through all the inspiration we have shared, and we'd love to be in touch with you now. Thank you. So, thank you.
And Gaurav, just one thought, that these videos will be uploaded in a couple days on Ananda Sangha India's Facebook page as well as YouTube page.
Perfect. Perfect. So if you missed, or if you found a session that you'd like to share with any other friends, you can always find the recordings and forward it to them. Okay, friends, so with that, we will officially end, but you can stay back on, and the few of the book lounge, the corporate desk, they will be open, and feel free to stay back and enjoy that.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.